Tonight, we are opening the ultimate vault. You are about to embark on a 5-hour journey through the most forbidden corners of our history. We will travel from the frozen, silent wastes of Antarctica to the hidden chambers beneath the Great Pyramids and eventually into the very code of your own DNA. This is not just a collection of stories. It is an exploration of the truth they didn't want you to find. As you prepare for rest, let the weight of the day fade away. These mysteries have been carefully selected and woven together to provide a seamless, immersive experience for your mind to wander while your body relaxes. Whether you are a long-time seeker or this is your first time joining us, settle in. We have removed the interruptions so you can drift deep into the unknown. Throughout this marathon, you will hear from different voices within our collective, each one a guide through a different era of the unexplained. We begin our journey at the edge of the world in the forbidden continent of Antarctica before moving through the echoes of ancient Egypt, the silent secrets of the Vatican, and the divine signatures hidden in our biology. Each chapter is a new layer of the veil being lifted. If you find yourself still awake, share your thoughts in the comments. What mystery keeps you searching? But if the darkness is calling, let my voice and the voices that follow carry you into a deep, restful sleep. The truth is waiting. Let us begin. Picture this. It's 1929. A Turkish naval officer named Piri Reis is cataloguing old maps in the dusty archives of Istanbul's Topkapi Palace. Ancient parchments, forgotten sea charts, the accumulated cartographic knowledge of centuries. And then he finds something that shouldn't exist. A map, drawn in 1513, showing the coastline of Antarctica in remarkable detail. But here's what makes this truly impossible. The map shows Antarctica without ice. It depicts mountains, river valleys, coastlines carved by flowing water, geographic features that wouldn't be confirmed until 1949, when modern sonar technology finally penetrated miles of ice sheet. How did a 16th century Ottoman admiral create a map of a continent that wouldn't be officially discovered for another 300 years? And more disturbingly, how did he show it as it appeared thousands of years before it froze? The first thing you need to understand about Antarctica is that it wasn't always at the South Pole, not in the way we think of positions as fixed. The Earth's crust moves, continents drift, what we call continental drift or plate tectonics, and Antarctica has been on quite a journey. 600 million years ago, Antarctica was part of a supercontinent called Gondwana, along with South America, Africa, India, and Australia. And it wasn't at the pole, it was closer to the equator, warm, tropical even. We know this because we've found fossils, coal deposits formed from ancient forests, petrified wood from trees that grew in temperate climates, the bones of dinosaurs that couldn't have survived in ice. Around 180 million years ago, Gondwana began breaking apart. The continents slowly drifted to their current positions, and Antarctica drifted south toward the pole, toward the cold. By 34 million years ago, it had reached its current position, and that's when the ice began to form. At first, just small glaciers in the mountains, then ice sheets spreading across the highlands. Eventually, the entire continent became encased in ice. Today, that ice is on average 1 mile thick. In some places, it reaches nearly 3 miles deep. That's 14,000 feet of ice, pressing down with unimaginable weight, preserving everything beneath it like a frozen time capsule. But here's where it gets interesting. That ice hasn't always been there in its current extent. Ice core samples tell us the thickness has varied over millions of years. During ice ages, more ice. During warmer periods, less ice. And during some periods in Earth's history, periods that aren't as far back as you might think, Antarctica may have been significantly less frozen than it is today. The question is, how much less? And more importantly, when? Now let's return to that map, the Piri-Reis map of 1513. When Admiral Piri-Reis created his world map, he didn't claim to have discovered these lands himself. He was quite explicit about his sources. In notes written on the map itself, he states that he compiled it from about 20 older maps and charts, some dating back to the time of Alexander the Great, others even older. He mentions using maps from the Library of Alexandria, the ancient library that burned, the library that supposedly held the accumulated knowledge of the ancient world before it was destroyed. And if those source maps really existed, if they really came from ancient libraries and archives, then someone thousands of years ago mapped Antarctica's coastline. Someone saw it without ice. Someone charted those mountains and river valleys. Mainstream scholars are quick to dismiss this. They say the Piri-Reis map is just a lucky coincidence, that what looks like Antarctica is actually a distorted view of South America's coast, that we're seeing patterns that aren't really there. And they might be right. Maps from that era are notoriously inaccurate. Coastlines are warped. Distances are wrong. It's easy to misinterpret what the mapmaker actually intended. But then in 1949, a Swedish-British expedition conducted the first comprehensive seismic survey of Antarctica. They used sound waves to penetrate the ice and map the actual bedrock beneath, the actual shape of the continent hidden under miles of frozen water. And when Professor Charles Hapgood, a historian from Keene State College, compared these modern surveys to the Piri-Reis map in 1960, he found something disturbing. The correlation was remarkable. The Piri-Reis map showed mountains in the interior of Antarctica. The seismic surveys found mountains. The map showed a bay on the eastern coast. The surveys found a bay hidden under ice. The map showed the landmass extending towards South America in a particular way. The actual bedrock does exactly that. Hapgood became convinced that the Piri-Reis map and several other ancient maps showing similar features were copied from source maps created when Antarctica was at least partially ice-free. He even got Albert Einstein interested in the problem. Einstein wrote the foreword to Hapgood's book, Earth's Shifting Crust, though he was careful to note he couldn't verify the cartographic analysis himself. So we're left with a question. If the Piri-Reis map really does show Antarctica without ice, when was it mapped? Antarctica began freezing over 34 million years ago, long before humans existed in any form we'd recognize. The ice has been building for millions of years, so how could anyone have mapped it ice-free? Unless, and this is where it gets controversial, unless Antarctica froze much more recently than we think, or unless it went through periods of warming where the ice retreated significantly, or unless something happened to cause rapid freezing of a previously temperate land. This brings us to one of the most disputed theories in alternative archaeology, the theory of crustal displacement. Charles Hapgood proposed that the Earth's outer crust could shift rapidly over the inner layers, like the peel of an orange sliding over the fruit beneath. He suggested that this crustal shift could move entire continents thousands of miles in a relatively short period, geologically speaking. And if such a shift occurred, a temperate Antarctica could slide to the South Pole and freeze quickly. Mainstream geologists reject this completely. They point out that plate tectonics explains continental movement perfectly well without needing sudden catastrophic shifts, that the energy required for rapid crustal displacement would be astronomical, that there's no mechanism that could cause it. And they're probably right. The evidence for slow, steady plate tectonics is overwhelming. But Hapgood wasn't entirely wrong about everything. We now know that the Earth's magnetic poles do shift. The magnetic North Pole wanders. It's currently moving from Canada towards Siberia at about 34 miles per year, and occasionally the magnetic poles flip completely. North becomes south, south becomes north. This has happened hundreds of times in Earth's history. Could a magnetic pole shift cause climate chaos? Could it trigger rapid climate change in specific regions? The evidence is unclear, but what we do know is that Earth's climate can change remarkably quickly under certain conditions. Ice core samples from Antarctica tell us something fascinating. The cores, drilled thousands of feet into the ice, contain layers like tree rings. Each layer represents a year of snowfall, compressed into ice. And by analyzing these layers, scientists can reconstruct past climates, temperature, atmospheric composition, even the types of vegetation that existed in surrounding areas preserved as pollen trapped in the ice. What these cores reveal is that Earth's climate is far less stable than we'd like to think. Temperature swings of 10 to 15 degrees Celsius have occurred within decades, not thousands of years. Decades. The transition from ice age to temperate climate, or vice versa, can happen in a single human lifetime. This brings us to the Younger Dryas event. Around 12,800 years ago, Earth was warming nicely after the last ice age. The glaciers were retreating, sea levels were rising, and then suddenly temperatures plummeted back to full glacial conditions. In the space of perhaps 50 years, maybe less, the climate collapsed. The Younger Dryas lasted for 1,300 years. Then, equally abruptly, it ended. Temperatures shot back up, the ice retreated again, and human civilization, which had been developing during the warming period, had to start over in many regions. What caused the Younger Dryas? Scientists debate this. Some think a massive meltwater pulse from glacial lakes disrupted ocean currents. Others propose a cosmic impact, a comet breaking up in the atmosphere. Still others suggest volcanic activity or changes in solar radiation. Whatever the cause, it proves that rapid, catastrophic climate change is not just possible, it's happened recently. And if it happened 12,800 years ago, could it have happened earlier? Could Antarctica have been temperate during an earlier warming period, been mapped by whatever humans existed then, and then plunged into deep freeze during a climate catastrophe? The timeline is tight. Modern humans have only existed in our current form for about 200,000 years. Antarctica started freezing 34 million years ago. That's a gap of 33.8 million years where no humans existed to map anything. Unless Antarctica wasn't fully frozen the whole time. Unless there were warming periods where the ice retreated significantly. And here's where the evidence gets interesting. In 2017, scientists discovered fossils of ancient rainforest in Antarctica. Not 100 million years ago, 90 million years ago, yes, when dinosaurs still existed. But the findings confirmed what we already suspected. At various points in Earth's history, Antarctica was warm, covered in vegetation, home to diverse ecosystems. But could it have been warm recently enough for humans to see it, for humans to map it? The conventional answer is no, absolutely not. Antarctica has been frozen solid for millions of years, long before humans evolved. But then we find things like the Piri Reis map. We find other ancient maps showing similar features. The Oronteus Phineus map of 1531, which also shows Antarctica without ice, with remarkable detail. The Philippe Boitch map of 1737, created from even older sources, showing Antarctica as two large islands separated by a channel. In 1958, during the International Geophysical Year, seismic surveys discovered something remarkable. Antarctica is indeed two large land masses, East Antarctica and West Antarctica, separated by a channel that would be open water if the ice melted. Felipe Boache's 1737 map, copied from older sources, somehow knew this. So we have ancient maps showing geographic details that shouldn't be known until modern times. We have evidence that Earth's climate can shift catastrophically fast. We have proof that civilizations existed during the last ice age, more sophisticated than we used to believe, and we have an entire continent buried under 2 miles of ice, unexplored, unmapped, holding secrets we can't access. What else is under that ice? In 2001, satellite imagery detected something unusual in East Antarctica. What appeared to be geometric patterns beneath the ice, straight lines, right angles, circular formations. The images were heavily analyzed. Some researchers claimed they showed evidence of structures, ruins of buildings or monuments buried and frozen. Mainstream scientists were skeptical, naturally. They suggested the patterns were natural geological formations. Ice flow can create surprisingly regular shapes. Volcanic features can look geometric. Without drilling down through miles of ice to physically examine the formations, there's no way to know for certain what they are. But the satellite anomalies keep appearing. Ground-penetrating radar surveys occasionally pick up unusual readings, formations that look too regular to be natural, but always deep beneath the ice, inaccessible, impossible to verify without massive excavation efforts that no one has funded. Then there are the reports, unverified and controversial, from Operation High Jump. In 1946 to 1947, the United States launched the largest Antarctic expedition in history. Operation High Jump, officially called the United States Navy Antarctic Developments Program. Led by Rear Admiral Richard E. Byrd, the expedition involved 4,700 men, 13 ships and 33 aircraft. The official purpose was to establish research bases, train personnel in polar conditions, and test equipment in extreme cold, standard scientific and military objectives. The operation was scheduled to last 8 months. It was abruptly terminated after just 8 weeks. When Admiral Byrd returned, he allegedly gave an interview to a Chilean newspaper, El Mercurio, in which he made strange statements. He reportedly said that the expedition had encountered a new threat that could fly from pole to pole at incredible speeds, that America needed to prepare defenses against aerial attack from the polar regions. Conspiracy theories exploded around Operation High Jump. Stories circulated about secret Nazi bases in Antarctica, advanced technology hidden under the ice, confrontations with unknown forces. Most of this can be dismissed as Cold War paranoia and sensationalism. The Chilean newspaper interview might be a fabrication or mistranslation. But the question remains, why was such a massive, well-funded expedition cut short? The official explanation is harsh weather and equipment failures, which is entirely plausible. Antarctica is one of the most hostile environments on Earth. Still, the mystery lingers, and it feeds into a larger narrative about Antarctica as a forbidden zone, a place where governments don't want people looking too closely. Under the Antarctic Treaty of 1961, Antarctica is designated as a scientific preserve. Military activity is banned, nuclear testing is prohibited, territorial claims are frozen in place. Any nation can conduct scientific research, but all findings must be shared openly. On the surface, this seems reasonable. Protect one of the last pristine environments on Earth for science and peaceful cooperation. But some researchers see it differently. They argue the treaty exists to control access, to prevent independent exploration, to keep certain discoveries secret. Why would governments want to hide anything in Antarctica? The theories vary. Some say there are ancient ruins that would rewrite human history. Others claim there are vast mineral deposits that nations want to exploit exclusively once the treaty expires. Still others propose more exotic possibilities involving technology or discoveries that would destabilize global politics. Most of this is speculation. But the fact remains that we know remarkably little about what's actually beneath Antarctica's ice. The continent is larger than Europe. It contains 70% of Earth's fresh water in frozen form, and we've barely scratched the surface with our surveys. Lake Vostok, discovered in the 1970s but not confirmed until the 1990s, is a subglacial lake buried under more than 2 miles of ice. It's one of the largest lakes on Earth. It's been sealed off from the surface for 15 to 25 million years. Its water has been isolated, undisturbed, possibly harboring unique ecosystems that evolved independently of the rest of Earth's biosphere. Russian researchers drilled down to Lake Vostok in 2012. They broke through the ice into the lake water, and then the information became sparse. Some reports claim they found unusual bacterial life. Others say the lake is sterile. The data remains incomplete and not fully shared with the international community. There are over 400 known subglacial lakes in Antarctica. Most have never been accessed. Many have probably never been detected. Each one is a sealed environment, potentially holding unique life forms, frozen records of ancient climates, or who knows what else. And beneath the ice, beneath the lakes, is the actual bedrock of Antarctica, the land surface, which we've mapped with sonar and radar but never directly observed in most places. What would we find if we could melt away all the ice just for a moment and look at Antarctica as it really is? Would we see nothing but natural rock formations and empty valleys? Or would we find something else? Ruins, structures, evidence of habitation, the remains of whatever civilization might have existed during a warmer period, or evidence of visitors from elsewhere. This is where the conversation usually goes off the rails into pure speculation. Ancient aliens, lost super civilizations, Atlantis relocated to Antarctica. Most of this is fantasy, wishful thinking, the desire for mystery to be more exciting than reality usually is. But strip away the nonsense and you're left with legitimate questions. We know Antarctica was temperate at various points in its history. We know humans have existed for 200,000 years and various human species for even longer. We know that during the last ice age, sea levels were 400 feet lower, exposing vast areas of land that are now underwater. We know that sophisticated hunter-gatherer societies existed 12,000 to 15,000 years ago. Göbekli Tepe in Turkey, built 11,600 years ago, proves that pre-agricultural societies could create monumental architecture. The massive stone pillars, some weighing 20 tons, arranged in circular enclosures and covered with intricate carvings. Built by people who supposedly had no written language, no wheels, no metal tools. Just stone and determination and knowledge we're only beginning to understand. So is it really impossible that some ancient people, during a warming period, reached Antarctica? That they mapped what they found? That this knowledge was preserved in old maps, copied and recopied through the centuries until fragments ended up in Admiral Piri Reis's hands? The conventional archaeological timeline says this is impossible. And maybe it is. Maybe the Piri Reis map is just a fortunate coincidence. Maybe all the ancient maps are misinterpreted. Maybe Antarctica has been fully frozen, completely inaccessible for millions of years. But the evidence keeps nagging. The maps, the climate data showing rapid change is possible, the existence of sophisticated ancient societies, the vast unexplored regions beneath the ice. And perhaps most intriguingly, the stories. Ancient cultures around the world have flood myths. Nearly every civilization has stories of a great deluge that destroyed the world. Noah's flood in the Bible, the Epic of Gilgamesh from ancient Mesopotamia, Hindu texts describing Manu and the Great Flood, Greek myths about Deucalion and Pyrrha surviving the deluge sent by Zeus, Aztec stories of world-destroying floods, Aboriginal Australian Dreamtime stories about the waters rising and drowning the land. Conventional scholars explain these as cultural memories of local flooding events, river floods, tsunamis, storm surges. Each culture experienced flooding, created myths to explain it. The similarities are just because flooding is a universal human experience. But some researchers propose a different explanation. What if these myths remember a real global catastrophe? The end of the last ice age, when glaciers melted, when sea levels rose 400 feet, when coastlines where humans lived for thousands of years vanished beneath the waves. That wasn't a flood that lasted 40 days and nights. It was a sea level rise that took thousands of years. But from the perspective of people living on the coast, generation after generation, watching the water creep higher, watching their settlements slowly submerge, watching their ancestors' lands disappear beneath the ocean, it would feel like the world was drowning. And if that's what the flood myths remember, if they're cultural memories of real climate catastrophe at the end of the Ice Age, what else might ancient stories preserve? Some cultures speak of lands that vanished. Atlantis, obviously, Plato's account of an advanced civilization destroyed in a day and night of earthquakes and floods. Lemuria and Mu, theoretical lost continents in the Pacific and Indian Oceans. The Tamil legends of Kumari Kandam, a land south of India that was swallowed by the sea. Ancient Egyptian texts mentioning lands to the south that no longer exist. Most of these are dismissed as pure mythology, and most probably are. But what if some preserve memories of real places? Not advanced super civilizations with lasers and flying machines, just normal human settlements on land that's now underwater or under ice. 400 feet of sea level rise covers a lot of territory, and humans preferentially settled on coasts. Easy food from the ocean, moderate climates, access to fresh water, and trade routes. If sophisticated human societies existed 15,000 years ago, and they probably did, they would have been concentrated on coastlines that provided the richest resources and easiest travel. Coastlines that are now 400 feet underwater, buried beneath centuries of sediment, lost to history unless we specifically go looking for them with advanced underwater archaeology. We've barely explored the continental shelves, the shallow underwater areas around current continents that were dry land during the Ice Age. Some underwater archaeology has been done. Ancient settlements have been found off the coast of India, submerged ruins that date back thousands of years, submerged structures in the Mediterranean that nobody expected, evidence of human activity now beneath the waves preserved by the cold, dark water. But it's expensive, difficult. Underwater excavation is incredibly slow and technically challenging, and most of the world's continental shelves remain unexplored. We have better maps of Mars than we do of our own ocean floor. How many settlements are down there? How many ancient cities built on river deltas that are now submarine canyons? How much human history was lost when the seas rose? How many achievements were erased? How many discoveries were forgotten? And if rising seas destroyed settlements around the world, if they wiped out evidence of human achievement in every coastal region on Earth, couldn't the same thing have happened in Antarctica, but in reverse, not drowning by water, burying by ice? Imagine a coastal settlement in Antarctica during a warm period, let's say 15,000 years ago during a brief warming spell between glacial periods. Not a technologically advanced civilization with computers and spacecraft, just a normal human community adapting to their environment. They fish the rich Antarctic waters. They hunt seals and seabirds. They gather shellfish and seaweed. They build shelters from stone and driftwood and animal skins. They develop tools specialized for their environment. They create art depicting the animals they see. They map their coastline, marking good fishing spots and safe harbors and dangerous currents. They pass down knowledge through generations, teaching their children the stories and skills needed to survive. Then the climate shifts, maybe gradually over centuries, maybe suddenly within a generation. The temperature drops, snow falls in summer and doesn't completely melt. Each year, a little more snow accumulates, glaciers form in the mountains and start expanding down into the valleys. The growing season gets shorter, the fish migrate to warmer waters, the hunting gets harder. Year after year, the ice grows, the settlement becomes untenable, the people have to make a choice, stay and die or abandon everything and move north to warmer land, so they leave, taking what they can carry, including their maps, their knowledge, their stories. Some of them might make it to South America, some to New Zealand or Australia. They integrate with other populations, they share their knowledge, the maps get copied, the stories get passed down, but over thousands of years, the context is lost. Later generations remember that there was land to the south, but not exactly where or what it looked like. The maps remain, mysterious documents showing a place nobody can find anymore. Back in Antarctica, the ice continues to grow. Over centuries, it spreads across the valleys and plains. Over millennia, it builds into massive sheets miles thick. The settlement, the fishing camps, the stone shelters, all slowly buried under accumulating snow that compresses into ice. The evidence of human presence sealed away, preserved perfectly in the freezing cold, waiting beneath the ice. That's not science fiction. That's entirely plausible, given what we know about climate change and human adaptability and the patterns of ice age cycles. The only question is timing. Did it happen during a period when humans were around to witness it, when humans had reached that far south? And we don't know, because we can't see beneath the ice, because we haven't looked. Which brings us back to where we started, to maps that shouldn't exist, to knowledge that seems impossible, to a frozen continent holding secrets we can't access without massive effort and expense. Maybe there's nothing under that ice except rock and snow and volcanic features. Maybe all the mysteries have mundane explanations. Maybe we're seeing patterns that aren't there, finding meaning in coincidences, letting our imaginations run wild in the absence of hard data. Or maybe, just maybe, Antarctica has stories to tell. Stories frozen in time. Stories about what really happened at the end of the last ice age, about how much humans knew, about how far humans traveled, about what was lost when the climate changed and the ice took over and the sea levels rose and whole chapters of human history got erased. We won't know until we look. And right now, we're barely looking. The handful of research stations scattered across Antarctica, they're focused on current climate science, studying ice cores and weather patterns and marine biology. They're not excavating for ancient ruins. They're not drilling down through miles of ice to see what might be preserved at the bedrock level. The ice is melting, slowly, due to climate change. In a few decades or centuries, parts of Antarctica might be accessible that haven't been seen in thousands or millions of years. And when that happens, when we can finally examine the land beneath the ice without drilling through miles of frozen water, we might find answers. Or we might find more questions, probably more questions. That's usually how archaeology works. For now, Antarctica remains the forbidden continent, the frozen mystery, the place where history might be buried, waiting for discovery, the last blank space on the map where anything might be hidden. And that's okay, because some mysteries are worth preserving, some questions are worth sitting with. Not everything needs to be answered immediately, solved definitively, reduced to certain knowledge. There's value in wonder, there's beauty in mystery. The ice has been there for thousands of years, it'll be there tomorrow. And so will the questions, the maps that don't make sense, the stories that might be memories, the evidence we can't quite explain. So as you drift off, think about those ancient maps. Think about coastlines drawn by unknown hands. Think about the possibility that beneath the ice, beneath 2 miles of frozen water, there might be evidence of us, of humans who lived and struggled and achieved things we've forgotten, who saw things we can't see anymore, who knew things we've had to rediscover. Think about the fact that we've only scratched the surface of our own history, that there are blank spots on the map of time, lost periods where we don't know what happened, forgotten peoples whose names we'll never learn, mysteries sealed in ice and buried under oceans and hidden in jungles we haven't explored, and lost in deserts that used to be fertile lands. And find comfort in that mystery, because it means the story isn't over. It means there are still discoveries to be made, still questions to answer, still wonders waiting to be found, still secrets preserved in the cold places and the dark places and the forgotten places of Earth. History isn't a closed book gathering dust on a shelf. It's an ongoing investigation, an active excavation, a puzzle with pieces still missing. And Antarctica, frozen and forbidden and barely explored, is one of the most intriguing chapters, one of the biggest mysteries, one of the last places where we might find something that completely changes our understanding of human history. Sleep well, dream of ice, and ancient maps and civilizations lost to time. Dream of secrets preserved in the cold, dream of coastlines that used to exist, and settlements that might be waiting. Dream of the day when we finally learn what really lies beneath Antarctica's frozen surface. What treasures or truths or ordinary human remains might be there. And tomorrow, the mystery will still be there. The ice will still be there. The questions will still be there. Waiting, patient, eternal, frozen in time like everything else in Antarctica. The maps will still exist, mysterious and controversial. The theories will still circulate, debated by scholars and enthusiasts. The evidence will still be ambiguous, tantalizing, insufficient to prove anything definitively, but too interesting to completely dismiss. And that's exactly as it should be, because mystery is what makes us human. Curiosity is what drives us forward. The desire to know what happened, what's hidden, what's possible, that's what separates us from other animals. That's what made our ancestors cross oceans and climb mountains and eventually figure out how to map an entire planet. So rest now. Let these thoughts drift through your mind like snow falling on ice, accumulating slowly, pressing down gently, creating layers of wonder and question and possibility. The forbidden continent isn't going anywhere. The ice will keep its secrets a while longer, and we'll keep wondering, Keep questioning. Keep imagining what might be down there in the cold and dark.
In 1922, when Howard Carter first broke through the sealed doorway of Tutankhamun's tomb, his patron, Lord Carnarvon, asked him what he could see. Carter's response would become legendary. Wonderful things. But what Carter didn't say in that moment, what he couldn't say, was that some of those wonderful things should not have existed. Among the treasures were objects that defied explanation. Advanced metallurgy that shouldn't have been possible. Astronomical charts accurate to a degree that required instruments Egypt supposedly never possessed. And inscriptions. Inscriptions that spoke of the gods not as myths, but as beings who once walked the earth. What if I told you that the Egyptian gods were never meant to be mythology? What if everything we've been taught about ancient Egypt is a carefully constructed cover story designed to hide an uncomfortable truth? What if the gods of Egypt were real, tangible beings? And what if they left behind proof? Part 1. The gods who walked among men. Let me take you to a temple. An ancient temple in the city of Dendera, about 60 kilometers north of Luxor. This temple has stood for thousands of years, its walls covered in hieroglyphs and relief carvings that tell stories of gods and pharaohs. But there's one carving in particular, hidden in a crypt beneath the temple, that has baffled researchers for over a century. It's called the Dendera Light. And when you look at it, really look at it, you see something that shouldn't exist in ancient Egypt. Carving depicts what appears to be a large bulb-shaped object, similar to a modern light bulb. Inside this bulb is what looks remarkably like a filament or an electrical discharge. There's a cable connecting the bulb to a box that resembles a power source or battery. And there are figures, human figures, operating this device with what appear to be insulators in their hands. Now, the mainstream explanation for this carving is simple. It's symbolic, they say. It represents a lotus flower emerging from a pillar, with a snake inside representing creation mythology. But here's the problem with that explanation. The ancient Egyptians were extraordinarily literal in their artistic depictions. When they carved images of bread, you could tell it was bread. When they depicted fish, you could identify the exact species. When they showed tools being used, the tools were accurate down to the smallest detail. These were not abstract artists creating symbolic interpretations. They were documentarians, recording what they saw with painstaking accuracy. So why, for this one carving, would they suddenly abandon their literal style and create an abstract symbol that just happens to look exactly like modern electrical equipment? The question becomes even more intriguing when you examine what the ancient texts actually say. The Egyptian god Thoth, the god of wisdom and knowledge, was said to have brought light to humanity. Not metaphorical enlightenment, though that's how it's usually translated. Actual, physical light. The ancient texts that describe how Thoth illuminated the underground chambers and sacred halls of Egypt without fire and without smoke. They describe eternal lights that never dimmed, never flickered, and never consumed fuel. Lights that burned cold to the touch. Lights that could be turned on and off at will. In the 1970s, something remarkable happened. A group of engineers at the University of Vienna decided to take the dendrite carvings seriously. They analyzed every detail of the relief, studying the proportions, the connections, the positioning of every element. And then they tried to build it. Using only materials and construction methods that would have been available to the ancient Egyptians, they recreated the device shown in the carving. What they created was essentially a Crookes tube, an early form of electrical discharge lamp invented in the 1870s. And it worked. The device produced light. Cold light. Sustained light. Light without fire. The implications of this experiment are staggering. It means the ancient Egyptians could have built functional electric lights if they understood the principles of electricity. But that raises an even more disturbing question, doesn't it? How did they understand those principles? Who taught them? And why has this knowledge been lost for thousands of years? The answer, according to the ancient Egyptians themselves, lies with Osiris, the god who died and was brought back to life. But his story, when you really examine it, is not what we've been told. Let's talk about what the resurrection of Osiris actually describes. We know the basic story. Osiris, the great king and god of Egypt, was murdered by his jealous brother Set. Set dismembered Osiris's body and scattered the pieces across Egypt. Isis, Osiris's wife, searched for and found nearly all the pieces. And then, through her power and knowledge, she brought Osiris back to life. This is usually taught as a simple resurrection myth, similar to stories found in other cultures. Death and rebirth. The cycle of the seasons. Symbolic and metaphorical. But when you read the original Egyptian texts, the pyramid texts, and the coffin texts, you find something very different. You find descriptions that don't sound like mythology at all. They sound like technical procedures. Listen to how the pyramid texts describe what Isis did. His bones are gathered together. His flesh is assembled. His dismembered parts are brought together. Not a limb of him is missing. She causes him to breathe, who has no breath in his body. This isn't poetic language. This is procedural documentation. It describes a step-by-step process. First, gather the physical remains. Second, reassemble them correctly. Third, restore function to the body. Fourth, restore breath and life. And Isis doesn't accomplish this through vague magical powers. The texts are very specific about the tools she uses. She uses the Ankh, that iconic symbol we see in every Egyptian carving. She holds it to Osiris's nose and mouth, to the places where breath enters the body. She uses the Waz scepter, placing it along his spine, aligning it precisely. She speaks specific words, formulas that must be pronounced exactly right. Now here's what modern science has discovered about these objects. Researchers who have examined well-preserved Ankhs using modern scanning technology found something unexpected. The proportions of the Ankh, the loop at the top, the cross below, the specific measurements, are identical to the design of a resonance chamber. A device used in certain types of electromagnetic medical equipment. The Waz scepter is even more intriguing. CT scans of intact specimens reveal a hollow internal structure with regularly spaced chambers running along its length. The design is almost identical to a waveguide, a device for conducting and focusing electromagnetic energy. Were these gods, these beings the Egyptians called Neteru, using technology that we're only now beginning to understand? Technology that manipulates electromagnetic fields to interact with biological systems? The ancient text suggests something even more profound. The Egyptians didn't view death the way we do. To them, death wasn't the end of consciousness. It was a technical problem. A problem that could be solved if you had the right knowledge and the right tools. They spoke of multiple components that made up a human being. There was the physical body, yes, but that was just one part. There was the car, your life force, your energy signature. There was the bar, your personality, your consciousness, often depicted as a bird with a human head. There was the Ren, your true name, your unique identity. And there were others, each describing different aspects of what we might call the soul. But here's what's crucial. The Egyptians didn't describe these as metaphysical concepts. They described them as actual, tangible components. Things that could be measured, manipulated, separated, and reunited. They said the car had weight and substance. It could be captured in certain materials. It could be stored. It could be preserved. This is why mummification was so incredibly important to them. They weren't just preserving bodies out of religious tradition or superstition. They were creating anchor points, physical tethers that would allow the car and bar to find their way back to the body. The process itself reveals technological sophistication that shouldn't have existed in the ancient world. They removed the brain through the nasal passage using specialized tools that required precision engineering and an intimate knowledge of anatomy. They extracted the internal organs without damaging them, preserving each one in special canopic jars filled with solutions that prevented decay. Modern chemists have analyzed these solutions and found complex compounds, including natron, combined with specific resins and oils in exact proportions. These formulations are so effective that we still can't fully replicate them today. But perhaps the most mysterious part of mummification was what they did to the heart. While they removed and preserved other organs, the heart was left inside the body. Always. Without exception. They said the heart was the seat of intelligence and memory. Modern neuroscience is discovering they might have been right. Recent research has shown that the heart contains its own complex nervous system, a kind of heart brain with over 40,000 neurons. These neurons can learn, remember, and make decisions independently of the brain in your skull. The heart sends more signals to the brain than the brain sends to the heart. It generates an electromagnetic field that can be measured several feet away from the body, far stronger than any other organ. The ancient Egyptians knew this. Somehow they knew this. And this brings us to perhaps the most enigmatic figure in the Egyptian pantheon. The god who served as the bridge between life and death. The god who knew how to measure the soul itself. Let's talk about Anubis. Part 2. Anubis and the measurement of consciousness. Picture this scene, described in countless Egyptian texts and depicted on tomb walls throughout the Nile Valley. A vast hall of judgment. In the center stands a scale of perfect balance. On one side of the scale rests a single feather, white and pure, representing Mahat, cosmic truth and universal order. On the other side, Anubis, the jackal-headed god of death, places a human heart. This is the weighing of the heart ceremony, one of the most famous scenes in Egyptian mythology. We've been taught it's purely symbolic, a metaphor for moral judgment. If you lived a good life, your heart would be light. If you lived badly, your heart would be heavy with sin. Simple morality tale, right? But what if it wasn't a metaphor at all? The ancient Egyptians were very specific about what Anubis was weighing. They didn't say he was weighing your physical heart muscle. They said he was weighing your ib, your heart soul. The part of you that thinks, feels, remembers, and experiences. In other words, Anubis was measuring consciousness itself. And the texts suggest he was doing so with precision. Now, that sounds completely impossible, doesn't it? How could consciousness have weight? How could something as intangible as thought and awareness be placed on a scale and measured? Well, in 1907, a doctor in Massachusetts asked himself the same question. And he decided to find out. Dr. Duncan McDougall was a physician fascinated by the question of whether the soul had physical properties. He designed an experiment that was both ingenious and controversial. He constructed a special bed that was actually an incredibly sensitive scale, accurate to within a few grams. He placed terminally ill patients on this bed with their permission and monitored them continuously in their final hours. What he observed changed everything. At the precise moment of death, the scale registered a sudden weight loss. Not a gradual decrease. A sudden drop. Approximately 21 grams. 3/4 of an ounce. This weight loss occurred in the same instant that the patients died. Not before, not after. McDougall conducted this experiment with 6 patients. In 4 cases, he measured clear weight loss at the moment of death. 1 patient was losing weight before death due to fluid loss, making the measurement unclear. In 1 case, the scale beam didn't move at first, but dropped suddenly several minutes after death. McDougall concluded he had measured the soul leaving the body. His experiment was immediately attacked by the medical community. It was called pseudoscience. The measurements were dismissed as errors, as moisture loss, as random fluctuation. But here's what's interesting. The experiment has been replicated multiple times by different researchers in different countries. And many of them have measured similar weight loss at the moment of death. The results remain controversial, yes, but they exist. And they raise a profound question. Did the ancient Egyptians already know this? Did they know that consciousness, that what they called the ka, had mass and could be measured? Their texts certainly suggest they did. The Egyptian priests wrote extensively about the ka. They described it as having substance, having form, having weight. They said it could be captured in certain materials. Stone, particularly limestone and granite, could hold impressions of a person's car. Gold was especially good at preserving car energy. This is why pharaohs were buried with so much gold. Not for wealth in the afterlife, but as energy storage. They also said the car needed food and drink to sustain itself. But they weren't talking about physical food. They were talking about the car of the food, the energy essence. This is why offering tables in tombs have small carved portions of food. The priests would place actual food there, wait for the car of the food to transfer to the offerings, then remove the physical food. The carved images would continue to provide K energy indefinitely. This sounds like pure superstition until you consider what modern physics tells us about energy and matter. Everything is energy. Matter is just energy in a particular state. Information can be transferred from one medium to another without moving physical material. Quantum mechanics shows us that the observer affects the observed. That consciousness itself plays a role in collapsing wave functions and determining reality. The ancient Egyptians might have understood all of this. Not in our mathematical terms, not with our scientific language, but in their own way. They might have had a practical working knowledge of consciousness as a measurable, manipulatable aspect of reality. And Anubis was the master of this knowledge. He wasn't just a god who judged the dead. He was a technician, an engineer of consciousness. His role was to measure, assess, and determine whether a consciousness could successfully transition to the next phase of existence. And the feather of Ma'at that balanced against the heart wasn't arbitrary. Ma'at represented perfect order, perfect truth, perfect harmony. It represented a state of consciousness free from lies, deception, and chaos. In modern terms, we might say it represented coherence. A consciousness in a coherent state, where thought, emotion, and action are aligned, would resonate at a specific frequency. A consciousness burdened by dishonesty, violence, and disorder would resonate differently. Anubis, with his scales, was measuring that resonance. He was determining whether your consciousness was coherent enough, stable enough, to continue existing independently of a physical body. If it was, you moved on to the Duat, the Egyptian afterlife realm. If it wasn't, the monster Amit would devour your heart, and your consciousness would dissolve back into the primordial chaos. Recent research into near-death experiences has uncovered something remarkable. Many people who have been clinically dead and revived report a similar experience during the moment of death. They describe moving through a darkness toward a light. They encounter a presence that shows them their entire life, every action, every thought, every consequence. And they feel judged, not by an external being, but by themselves, by the truth of what they were and what they did. This matches precisely what the ancient Egyptians described in the Hall of Ma'at. You weren't judged by Anubis or Osiris or any external god. You were judged by the truth of your own heart, by whether you could look at yourself honestly and accept what you saw, by whether your consciousness was coherent enough to face reality without fragmenting. But Anubis's knowledge went deeper than just weighing hearts. He was also the god of mummification, the master of preservation. And the mummification rituals he taught the Egyptian priests reveal an understanding of consciousness that we're only now beginning to grasp. The opening of the mouth ceremony, performed on mummies to restore their ability to eat, drink, breathe, and speak in the afterlife, wasn't just symbolic. The priests used specific tools made of specific materials, touched to specific points on the mummy's face and body. Modern researchers examining the points touched in this ceremony have found they correspond exactly to major acupuncture points and energy meridians described in traditional Chinese medicine. The ancient Egyptians understood the body's energy system. They knew about meridians, about chakra-like energy centers they called knots. They knew that stimulating certain points in certain sequences could affect consciousness, could restore function, could bridge the gap between physical and non-physical existence. And all of this knowledge was attributed to Anubis. But where did Anubis learn it? The answer leads us to another god, perhaps the most mysterious and controversial figure in the entire Egyptian pantheon. A god who is said to possess all knowledge, all secrets, all forbidden wisdom. Let me tell you about Thoth. Part 3. Thoth and the Library of Forbidden Knowledge. In the ancient texts, Thoth is called by many names. The Scribe of the Gods, the Lord of Divine Words, the Measurer of Time, Keeper of Secrets. He's depicted as an ibis-headed man carrying a palette and stylus, the tools of writing. Or sometimes as a baboon. But these animal forms might be less symbolic than we think. The Egyptian priests claimed that Thoth was not originally from Egypt. They said he came from a land called Tanta, which translates as Land of the Gods. Some texts place this land far to the south. Others say it was to the east, across the sea. And some, the oldest texts, say it sank beneath the waves in a great cataclysm. Thoth brought knowledge to Egypt. Specifically, he brought writing, mathematics, astronomy, and medicine. But not just basic knowledge. Advanced knowledge. Knowledge that seems impossible for a primitive civilization to possess. The Egyptian calendar, which the priests attributed to Thoth, was remarkably accurate. It divided the year into 365 days, with a leap day added every 4 years. This requires understanding that the Earth's orbit around the Sun is approximately 365.25 days. How did they know this? How did they measure it with such precision? Their astronomical knowledge was even more impressive. They knew about the precession of the equinoxes, the slow wobble of the Earth's axis that takes 26,000 years to complete one cycle. This is not something you can observe in a single lifetime, or even in 100 lifetimes. It requires continuous observation and record keeping across thousands of years. Or it requires advanced instruments. Or it requires someone telling you. The Egyptians aligned the Great Pyramid at Giza with true north to an accuracy of 1/15 of a degree. They incorporated the speed of light into its dimensions. The pyramid's location encodes the exact coordinates of the center of Earth's landmass. These are not coincidences. They're proof of advanced geodetic knowledge. And all of this, the priest said, came from the writings of Thoth. But here's where the story becomes truly fascinating and deeply disturbing. Most of Thoth's writings have disappeared. According to ancient sources, Thoth wrote 42 books containing all knowledge. The Greeks, who encountered Egyptian culture, spoke of these books with reverence and fear. They said the books contained dangerous knowledge, secrets that could give immense power, but also destroy those who misused them. One Greek text, the Corpus Hermeticum, claims to be based on Thoth's teachings. Thoth was identified with the Greek god Hermes, creating the merged figure of Hermes Trismegistus, thrice great Hermes. These Hermetic texts describe the universe as a mental construct. They speak of reality as vibration and frequency. They discuss the principles of correspondence, where patterns repeat at every scale from the atomic to the cosmic. Modern physics has confirmed many of these principles. Quantum mechanics shows us that observation affects reality. String theory proposes that everything is vibration at the most fundamental level. Fractal mathematics demonstrates how the same patterns appear at every scale in nature. But there's another collection of texts attributed to Thoth that's even more controversial. The Emerald Tablets. The Emerald Tablets are said to be 12 tablets of green crystal, covered in ancient characters that shift and change depending on who's reading them. According to legend, these tablets were written by Thoth himself before the Great Flood. They were hidden in the Great Pyramid, sealed in a chamber that could only be opened by those who knew the secret. The mainstream view is that the Emerald Tablets are a medieval forgery, created sometime between the 6th and 8th centuries CE. But there are problems with this explanation. References to the tablets appear in texts that predate the supposed forgery by centuries. Ancient Egyptian papyri mention green crystal tablets hidden in the pyramid. Greek sources describe Thoth's crystal books. And then there's what the tablets actually say. The text, as translated by various scholars over the centuries, describes concepts that shouldn't exist in medieval thought. It discusses multiple dimensions of reality. Time as a malleable construct. Consciousness as the fundamental building block of existence. Advanced meditation techniques for altering brainwave states. One particularly intriguing section describes traveling through what it calls the Halls of Amenti, an underground realm beneath the Great Pyramid. In this place, according to the tablets, Thoth stored physical records of the history of humanity. Not just Egyptian history, all human history, including civilizations that existed before the flood. For a long time, this was dismissed as pure fantasy. Underground chambers beneath the pyramid? Impossible. The pyramid has been thoroughly explored. Except it hasn't. In 1993, a robotics engineer named Rudolf Gantenbrink sent a small robot equipped with a camera up the southern shaft of the Queen's Chamber. At a distance of about 200 feet, the robot encountered a stone door with copper handles. This was unexpected. The shaft was supposed to be solid. What was beyond the door? To this day, we don't fully know. Further exploration using ground-penetrating radar and seismic surveys has revealed multiple anomalies beneath and around the Great Pyramid. There appear to be voids, chambers, passages that don't appear on any existing maps. The Egyptian authorities have been reluctant to explore these anomalies. Some researchers suggest there's a deliberate suppression of information. Why would anyone want to suppress evidence of hidden chambers in the pyramid? What might be down there that they don't want found? One possibility, whispered about in archaeological circles but never officially acknowledged, is that they've already found something. And what they found was so significant, so potentially world-changing, that it's been classified. Hidden. Locked away. There are stories, unconfirmed reports, Egyptian workers who claim they discovered a tunnel, archaeologists who saw a chamber filled with artifacts before being removed from the site and forbidden to speak about it. Security personnel guarding areas of the Giza Plateau that are officially empty. What if Thoth's library exists? What if beneath the pyramids there really is a repository of ancient knowledge? Knowledge from before the flood. Knowledge from civilizations we have no record of. What would that knowledge contain? According to the ancient texts, Thoth's library included detailed information about the nature of consciousness, how to expand it, how to transfer it from one body to another, how to extend life indefinitely. It included maps of the stars more accurate than anything we have today. It included designs for technologies we can barely imagine. And it included warnings. Warnings about threats the ancient world faced. Threats that might still exist. This brings us to one of the darkest and most misunderstood gods in the Egyptian pantheon. A god usually portrayed as evil. A god of chaos and destruction. But what if we've had it wrong this entire time? What if Set wasn't the villain? What if he was the protector? Part 4. Set and the Dimensional War. Set, or Seth, is typically cast as the antagonist in Egyptian mythology. He murdered his brother Osiris. He fought with Horus for control of Egypt. He represents chaos, violence, storms, and disorder. He's often compared to Satan in Christian mythology, the embodiment of evil. But the ancient Egyptians didn't see him that way. Not originally. In the oldest texts, Set is not evil. He's dangerous, yes. Unpredictable. Wild. But he's also essential. He represents the necessary chaos that prevents stagnation. The force that breaks down the old so the new can emerge. And most importantly, he's a defender. Every night, according to the ancient myths, the the sun god Ra travels through the underworld in his solar bark, making the journey from west to east so he can rise again in the morning. And every night, a serpent tries to destroy him. This serpent, Apophis or Apep, represents absolute nothingness. Not just death, not just destruction, complete annihilation. The end of existence itself. Every single night, Apophis attacks Ra's boat. And every single night, Set stands at the prow of the boat and fights Apophis off. Set, the god of chaos, is the one who defends order against ultimate destruction. The ancient Egyptian priests understood something profound here. You can't fight nothingness with order. You fight chaos with chaos. You fight the void with a wild, untamed force that refuses to be contained or destroyed. But what if this myth is describing something real? Not literally a boat traveling underground, but something more disturbing. What if it's describing a threat from another dimension? The ancient Egyptians had a complex understanding of reality that included multiple levels of existence. There was the physical world, which they called Ta, the earth. There was the Duat, the realm of the dead, which existed parallel to the physical world. There was the realm of the gods, called the Neteru. And there was the Nun, the primordial chaos that existed before creation and still exists outside of ordered reality. Modern physics is starting to describe reality in similar terms. Quantum mechanics suggests multiple dimensions exist beyond the four we experience. String theory proposes 10 or 11 dimensions. M-theory suggests even more. And some theoretical physicists have proposed that consciousness itself might be a fundamental dimension of reality, not emergent from matter, but woven into the fabric of space-time. What if the ancient Egyptians knew about these dimensions? What if they had direct experience with them? The text describes certain priests and pharaohs traveling to the Duat while still alive. They speak of knowing the way, of having the correct passwords and formulas to navigate these other realms safely. And they speak of threats from these realms. Apophis isn't the only one. The texts mention other entities, other forces that exist in the spaces between dimensions. Beings that feed on life energy. Beings that want to break through into our reality. Set's role was to guard the boundaries, to fight off incursions from these other dimensions. And according to some versions of the myths, this is why he killed Osiris. Not out of jealousy, but because Osiris had become compromised. Because something from the other side had gotten into him. I know how this sounds. Ancient interdimensional entities trying to invade our reality. Sounds like science fiction. But consider this. Throughout history, cultures all over the world have described similar concepts. Demons trying to possess people. Spirits from other realms seeking to enter ours. Guardians stationed at boundaries to keep them out. What if these aren't metaphors? What if they're descriptions of something real, described in the only language available to ancient peoples? Modern reports of shadow people, of entities seen during sleep paralysis, of presences felt during altered states of consciousness, all describe remarkably similar phenomena. Beings that seem to exist just outside our normal perception. Beings that can sometimes break through under certain conditions. The ancient Egyptians believed that consciousness could travel between dimensions. But they also believed that when you did this, you had to be very careful. You needed protection. You needed knowledge. You needed to know the names and forms of the entities you might encounter. This is why the Book of the Dead is filled with such specific instructions. It's not just spiritual guidance. It's a survival manual for navigating other dimensions of reality. And Set, despite being cast as a villain in later interpretations, was actually humanity's defender against these threats. The priests who served Set were often warriors. Not just physical warriors, but psychic warriors. People trained to perceive and combat threats from other dimensions. There's archaeological evidence that suggests some kind of catastrophic event occurred in ancient Egypt that changed how Set was perceived. Earlier artwork shows Set honored alongside other gods. Later artwork often shows his image deliberately defaced. Something happened that turned Set from a respected god into a feared and hated one. What was it? Some researchers have suggested that a foreign invasion brought new religious ideas that demonize Set. Others point to political changes, power struggles between different priest castes. But there's another possibility, one that's rarely discussed. What if Set's followers did something? What if they opened a door that shouldn't have been opened? What if they let something through? Ancient texts speak of a time of chaos during Egypt's second intermediate period. Strange plagues, unexplained deaths, reports of people behaving as if possessed, mass hysteria and violence. And through all of this, one goddess appears repeatedly in the accounts. A goddess of plagues and healing. A goddess so dangerous that even the other gods feared her. Her name was Sekhmet. Part 5. Sekhmet and the near-extinction event. Sekhmet is one of the most terrifying figures in Egyptian mythology. She's depicted as a lioness, or as a woman with a lioness head. She's called the Lady of Slaughter, the one before whom evil trembles. And according to the legends, she almost destroyed all of humanity. The story goes like this. Ra, the sun god and king of the gods, grew old. Humanity stopped respecting him, stopped following his laws. So Ra sent his eye, his daughter, to punish humanity. That daughter was Sekhmet. Sekhmet descended to Earth and began slaughtering humans. And she loved it. The texts describe how she waded through fields of blood, how she drank the blood of the slain, how killing intoxicated her. She became drunk on destruction. And she couldn't stop. Even when Ra commanded her to stop, she couldn't. She was going to kill every human on Earth. In desperation, Ra devised a plan. He had his priests brew 7,000 jars of beer and mix it with red ochre to make it look like blood. They poured this crimson beer into the fields where Sekhmet was hunting. Sekhmet, thinking it was blood, drank it all. The beer made her drunk in a different way. It calmed her, changed her. And when she sobered up, she had transformed into Hathor, the goddess of love and joy. This is usually taught as a myth about the dangers of rage and the power of intoxication. But what if it's a historical account of something that actually happened? What if it's describing a plague? Around 1600 BCE, something catastrophic happened in Egypt and throughout the Mediterranean world. Entire cities were abandoned. Population levels collapsed. Egyptian records speak of a time of darkness and death. Archaeological evidence shows mass graves, bodies buried hastily without proper ritual. Some historians attribute this to the eruption of the volcano Thera, which destroyed the Minoan civilization. The volcanic winter that followed would have caused crop failures and famine. But there's evidence of something more than just starvation. There's evidence of disease. Specific diseases that cause particular symptoms. Symptoms that match the descriptions of Sekhmet's plagues. Sekhmet was goddess of plagues, but also goddess of healing. Her priests were physicians, the most skilled in Egypt. They specialized in treating infectious diseases. And they kept detailed records of epidemics, including symptoms, treatments, and mortality rates. some of these medical papyri have survived. They describe diseases that cause fever, bleeding from multiple orifices, erratic behavior, and rapid death. Modern doctors reading these descriptions have identified symptoms consistent with hemorrhagic fevers. Diseases like Ebola. Diseases that can kill most of an infected population if left unchecked. But here's what's chilling. The papyri don't describe these diseases as natural. They describe them as being sent by Sekhmet, as being caused by arrows the Sekhmet shot into her victims. And they describe the treatment not just as medicine, but as spiritual warfare. The priests had to perform specific rituals to turn away the face of Sekhmet, to make her stop sending the arrows. Could the ancient Egyptians have understood disease transmission? Could they have known about pathogens? The way they describe disease spread suggests they might have. They talk about contagion, about how sickness can move from person to person. They practiced isolation of sick individuals. They had quarantine protocols. And they had treatments that actually worked. Modern chemical analysis of medicines prepared by Sekhmet's priests has found antibacterial compounds, antiviral substances, immune system boosters. Some of these ancient medicines are more effective than our modern drugs for certain conditions. The story of Sekhmet being stopped by beer might even have a basis in medical reality. Beer contains alcohol, which kills many pathogens. It contains B vitamins, which support immune function. During times of plague, when water supplies could be contaminated, beer was actually safer to drink. The ancient Egyptians knew this. Their beer was less alcoholic than modern beer, nutritious, and consumed daily by everyone. So the story of beer saving humanity from Sekhmet might be remembering a time when understanding of hygiene, nutrition, and medicine, represented by beer consumption and medical knowledge, saved Egypt from a devastating plague. But Sekhmet's priests knew something else. They knew that disease wasn't just physical. They treated the sick person's car as well as their body. They believed that illness came from imbalance in the life force energy. And modern medicine is starting to validate this approach. Studies have shown that a person's mental and emotional state affects their immune system function. Stress weakens immunity. Positive emotions strengthen it. Placebo effect demonstrates that belief alone can trigger real physiological healing. The ancient Egyptians built all of this into their medical practice. They treated the whole person, body, mind, and spirit. They understood that consciousness and health were intimately connected. This understanding came from observation, from centuries of careful study, from knowledge passed down from the gods, from the teachings of Thoth and the other Neteru. But where do the gods get this knowledge? That question leads us to perhaps the most important god of all, the sun god Ra, and to a mystery about the sun that modern science still hasn't fully solved. Part 6. Ra's solar bark and the nature of stars. Every morning, Ra was born from the sky goddess Nut. He traveled across the sky in his solar bark, a boat that sailed through the heavens. In the evening, he was swallowed by Nut, descending into the underworld. There, he traveled through the 12 hours of night, facing dangers and challenges, until he emerged again at dawn. This sounds like primitive sun worship. Ancient people observing the daily cycle of sunrise and sunset and creating a story to explain it. But the Egyptian understanding of Ra's journey was far more sophisticated than that. First, they knew the sun didn't actually move around the earth. They didn't state this explicitly in the way we would, but their texts make it clear they understood the relationship between the sun and earth differently than the simple apparent motion would suggest. They spoke of the sun as the center, the source, the point around which other things orbited. Second, they understood that the sun was not just a light in the sky. They knew it was a source of immense energy. They knew it powered all life on Earth. They knew somehow about the relationship between sunlight, plants, food, and energy transfer through the food chain. Third, and most mysteriously, they describe the sun as having two forms. There was the visible sun that we see during the day. And there was the night sun, the hidden sun that traveled through the underworld. Modern astrophysics has discovered something remarkable about stars. They do have two forms. The surface of the sun that we see is called the photosphere. It's about 6,000 degrees Celsius. But the sun's corona, the outer atmosphere visible during eclipses, is millions of degrees hotter. This is called the coronal heating problem, and scientists still don't fully understand why the corona is so much hotter than the surface. Even more mysterious is what's happening in the sun's core. Nuclear fusion generates immense heat and energy, but this energy takes thousands of years to work its way from the core to the surface. The photons we see coming from the sun today were created in the core thousands of years ago. In a sense, there is a hidden sun, an invisible sun of ancient light still making its journey outward. The ancient Egyptians seem to know about this dual nature. They described Ra having two boats. The Manjet, the boat of millions of years, which he sailed during the day. And the Mesektet, the boat of the night, which carried him through the underworld. Two aspects of the same being. Two forms of the same solar reality. But the most intriguing part of the Ra mythology is what happened during the night journey. As Ra traveled through the underworld, he encountered various deities and demons. At certain hours, he would merge with Osiris, the god of death and rebirth. This merging was called the union of Ra and Osiris, and it was absolutely essential for the sun to rise again. What could this possibly mean? On one level, it's describing the cycle of death and rebirth. The sun dies each evening and is reborn each morning. But the Egyptians were more specific than that. They said Ra needed to unite with Osiris, needed to merge with death itself in order to be renewed. Modern astrophysics tells us that stars die and are reborn. When a star exhausts its fuel, it collapses and explodes in a supernova. The remnants of that dead star disperse through space. Eventually, those remnants become part of new stars. Our sun is a second or third generation star, made from the remains of earlier stars that lived and died billions of years ago. Did the ancient Egyptians know this? Did they understand stellar evolution? Their text suggests they knew stars were born from chaos, the Nun, and would eventually return to it. They knew stars had life cycles. They knew our sun was relatively young compared to some other celestial objects. And they encoded this knowledge into their monuments. The three pyramids at Giza align with the three stars of Orion's belt, but not as they appeared when the pyramids were built. They align with how Orion's belt appeared 10,500 years before the Common Era. This precise alignment suggests the ancient Egyptians understood the precession of the equinoxes and could calculate stellar positions across vast spans of time. The pyramid. Texts themselves, the oldest religious writings in the world, are filled with astronomical references. They describe the pharaoh's soul ascending to the stars. They name specific stars and constellations. They describe journeys through the cosmos. And they speak of a time far in the past when the gods lived on Earth and taught humanity. time before the flood. A time recorded in the star patterns. A time that ended in catastrophe. And this leads us to the final mystery we must address. A question that archaeology desperately tries to ignore. What happened to all this knowledge? Why was it lost? And who has been working to keep it hidden? Part 7. The Cover-Up and the Lost Connections. In 48 BCE, Julius Caesar's troops accidentally set fire to part of Alexandria. The flames spread to the harbor. And there, one of the greatest tragedies in human history occurred. The great library of Alexandria burned. This library was said to contain over 500,000 scrolls. It was the repository of all human knowledge from the ancient world. Mathematical treatises, scientific observations, historical records, medical texts, and copies of the most sacred Egyptian religious writings, including works attributed to Thoth himself. All of it burned. Or so we're told. But there are reasons to question this narrative. First, Alexandria didn't just have one library. It had a main library and a daughter library in the Temple of Serapis. The Serapeians survived Caesar's fire and continued to function for centuries. Second, the library had a policy of making copies of important texts. Copies were distributed to other libraries throughout the ancient world. Third, there are references to specific books from the Library of Alexandria that appear in later texts, suggesting these books survived somehow. So where did the knowledge go? Some of it was preserved in monasteries during the medieval period. Some was translated into Arabic and survived in the Islamic world. But much of it, particularly the most esoteric Egyptian religious and scientific texts, seems to have simply disappeared. Or was it hidden? There's a persistent legend, mentioned in multiple ancient sources, that the priests of Egypt saw the coming destruction. They knew Alexandria would fall. They knew the library would burn. So they took the most important texts, the most dangerous knowledge, and they hid it. Where would they hide it? The obvious answer is back in Egypt, in the temples and tombs. But most Egyptian temples have been thoroughly explored and looted over the centuries. If there were hidden texts, we would have found them by now. Unless they're hidden somewhere we haven't looked. Somewhere we've been prevented from looking. there is a chamber beneath the Great Sphinx. Multiple investigations using ground-penetrating radar, seismic surveys, and other non-invasive technologies have confirmed this. There is definitely a hollow space beneath and around the Sphinx. Edgar Cayce, the famous American psychic, predicted in the 1930s that a hall of records would be found beneath the Sphinx, containing the complete history of humanity dating back 12,000 years. The Egyptian authorities refused to excavate this chamber. They claim it would damage the Sphinx. They say it's probably just a natural cavity. They've blocked multiple international teams from investigating further. Why? What are they protecting? Some researchers believe that the chamber has already been explored in secret. That powerful governments and organizations know what's down there. And that this knowledge has been classified at the highest levels. Too dangerous to release to the public. Too revolutionary to acknowledge. What could be so dangerous? Perhaps proof that human civilization is much older than we think. Perhaps evidence of advanced ancient technologies. Perhaps knowledge that would fundamentally change our understanding of consciousness, reality, and our place in the universe. The ancient Egyptian mysteries contain all of these things. The evidence we've explored tonight, from the Dendera light to the precision of the pyramids, from the sophisticated understanding of consciousness to the advanced medical knowledge, all points to one conclusion. The ancient Egyptians knew things we don't. They had access to knowledge we've lost. And that knowledge was systematically suppressed and hidden. But why? Who benefits from keeping humanity in ignorance? That's a question we can only speculate about. We can look at what this knowledge offered. Understanding of consciousness as a measurable, manipulatable phenomenon. Techniques for expanding awareness and accessing other dimensions of reality. Technologies for healing, for energy generation, for extending life. Knowledge of humanity's true history, stretching back tens of thousands of years. This is knowledge that would empower individuals, knowledge that would make people harder to control, knowledge that would challenge every established power structure, religious authority, and scientific orthodoxy. Is it any wonder it was hidden? The Egyptian gods, the Neteru, were not supernatural beings. They were something else. Perhaps they were advanced beings from an earlier human civilization. Perhaps they were extraterrestrial visitors. Perhaps they were humans who had achieved such advanced development of consciousness that they seemed godlike to others. Whatever they were, they left behind knowledge. Knowledge encoded in monuments that have survived for millennia. Knowledge written in texts that were copied and recopied, translated and retranslated, hidden and preserved by those who understood its value. Knowledge that modern science is only now beginning to rediscover. The Weighing of the Heart by Anubis describes real principles of consciousness and quantum physics. The Resurrection of Osiris preserves techniques of electromagnetic healing and life extension. Thoth's wisdom contains advanced mathematics, astronomy, and engineering. Set's battle with Apophis warns of threats from dimensions beyond our normal perception. Sekhmet's plagues and cures encode sophisticated medical knowledge. Ra's solar journey reveals understanding of stellar physics and cosmic cycles. All of this is there, waiting in the Egyptian mysteries, waiting for those with eyes to see and ears to hear. The question is, what do we do with this knowledge? Do we continue to dismiss it as mythology? Do we continue to ignore the evidence? Or do we have the courage to look deeper, to question the official narratives, to seek the truth that has been hidden for so long? The Egyptian gods are calling to us across the millennia. Their message is clear. You are more than you think you are. Reality is not what you've been told. There's hidden knowledge waiting to be rediscovered. There are mysteries still unsolved. And there is power, real power, in understanding who you truly are and what consciousness truly is. Perhaps that's the real forbidden knowledge. Not some secret technology or hidden history, but the simple, radical truth that you are a conscious being with far greater potential than you've been led to believe. That you have the ability to expand your awareness, to access deeper dimensions of reality, to become more than you are. That is what the Egyptian gods were trying to teach. And that is what has been systematically hidden from us. Tonight, we've barely scratched the surface. There's so many more mysteries in ancient Egypt waiting to be explored. But perhaps now, you see these gods and their stories differently. Not as primitive myths, but as encoded knowledge. Not as superstition, but as science we're only now beginning to understand. The mysteries remain. The questions persist. And somewhere, hidden in the sands of Egypt, the answers wait. the 7 most mysterious secrets of the Bible. Tonight, we journey through ancient texts, hidden codes, and prophecies that have puzzled scholars for thousands of years. What you are about to hear may change the way you see the scriptures forever. Let yourself relax. Let the mysteries wash over you like waves upon an ancient shore. Some of what we uncover tonight has been hidden in plain sight for millennia, waiting for those with ears to hear. The Bible is not merely a religious text. It is a library of 66 books, written over 1,500 years by more than 40 different authors, spanning 3 continents and multiple languages. And yet, woven throughout this vast collection are patterns, codes, and prophecies that defy natural explanation. Tonight, we will examine 7 of the most extraordinary mysteries contained within these ancient pages. Mysteries that have captivated believers and skeptics alike. Mysteries that seem to point to something beyond human authorship. So settle in. Close your eyes if you wish. Let your breathing slow. Let us begin our journey into the mysterious secrets of the Bible. Our first mystery takes us to the very beginning. When we open the Bible and reach the 5th chapter of Genesis, we find something that most readers simply skim past. A genealogy, a long list of names stretching from Adam to Noah. At first glance, it seems like nothing more than an ancient record of births and deaths, names that are difficult to pronounce, ages that seem impossibly long, a chapter that many skip entirely. But what if I told you that hidden within this seemingly mundane list of names lies one of the most extraordinary secrets in all of Scripture? You see, in the ancient Hebrew language, names were not chosen randomly. Every name had a meaning, a significance. Parents would carefully select names that reflected their hopes, their circumstances, or even prophetic insights about their child's destiny. And when we translate the meaning of each name in the Genesis 5 genealogy, something remarkable emerges. Let us begin with Adam. In Hebrew, the name Adam simply means man. It comes from the Hebrew word Adamah, meaning ground or earth. This makes perfect sense, as Genesis tells us that God formed Adam from the dust of the ground. Adam's son was named Seth. The name Seth means appointed or granted. Eve herself explains this naming in Genesis chapter 4, saying that God had appointed her another seed in place of Abel, whom Cain had killed. Seth's son was named Enosh. This name carries a darker meaning. Enosh means mortal, frail, or miserable. It comes from a Hebrew root that implies weakness and incurable sickness. It speaks of the fragile nature of human existence. Enosh's son was Kenan. Kenan means sorrow or lamentation. The weight of sin and its consequences was becoming apparent to humanity. The world was filling with grief. Kenan's son was Mahalalel. Now here is where things begin to shift. Mahalalel is a compound name. Mahalal means blessed or praise, and El is one of the Hebrew names for God. Together, Mahalalel means the blessed God or the praiseworthy God. Mahalalel's son was Jared. Jared comes from the Hebrew verb yarad, which means to come down or to descend. The blessed God shall come down. Jared's son was Enoch. Enoch is a fascinating figure in Scripture. He is one of only 2 people in the Bible who did not die, but was taken directly to heaven. His name means teaching or commencement. It implies dedicated instruction. Enoch's son was Methuselah. This is the famous Methuselah, the oldest man who ever lived. His name is particularly prophetic. Meth comes from the Hebrew word for death. Shalach means to bring or to send forth. Methuselah literally means his death shall bring. And indeed, if you calculate the years given in Genesis, Methuselah died in the very year of the Great Flood. His death brought judgment upon the earth. Methuselah's son was Lamech. Lamech means despairing or the despairing. It suggests those who are in deep distress, without hope. And finally, Lamech's son was Noah. We all know Noah, the builder of the ark. His name means rest or comfort. Genesis tells us that Lamech named him Noah, saying, "This one will comfort us in our labor and in the toil of our hands." Now, let us put these meanings together in sequence. Adam means man. Seth means appointed. Enosh means mortal. Kenan means sorrow. Mahalalel means the blessed God. Jared means shall come down. Enoch means teaching. Methuselah means his death shall bring. Lamech means the despairing. Noah means rest and comfort. Read together as a sentence. Man is appointed mortal sorrow, but the blessed God shall come down teaching that his death shall bring the despairing rest. Let that sink in for a moment. Hidden within a genealogy written thousands of years before Jesus Christ walked the earth is the entire gospel message. Humanity is appointed to mortality and sorrow because of sin. But the blessed God himself would descend from heaven, teaching mankind, and through his death he would bring rest and comfort to those who are despairing. This is astonishing. This message was encoded in Scripture before Abraham was born, before Moses wrote the law, before Isaiah prophesied about the suffering servant, before any prophet spoke of a coming Messiah. The story of redemption was already written, hidden in the very names of the patriarchs. Some might argue this is coincidence, but consider the mathematics of such a coincidence. 10 consecutive names, each with a specific meaning, forming a coherent sentence that summarizes a theological message that would not be fully revealed for thousands of years. The odds against such an arrangement occurring by chance are astronomical. And there is something else worth noting. This is not a complex code requiring sophisticated algorithms to decipher. It is not hidden through mathematical sequences or encryption. It is simply the meaning of the names, read in order. Anyone with knowledge of Hebrew could discover this message. It has been there all along, in plain sight, waiting to be discovered. Jesus himself said in the Gospel of John, "If you believed Moses, you would believe me, for he wrote about me." Moses wrote Genesis, and there, in the 5th chapter, hidden in a genealogy that most readers skip, is the message of the cross. God does not improvise. God leaves no loose ends. From the very dawn of humanity, he left a coded message, a divine signature, that only those who study the scriptures diligently would uncover. This discovery has puzzled many scholars. We are not talking about a forced interpretation. We are not talking about a hidden code based on complex calculations. It is a simple translation of the name's meanings, revealing that this message has been present in the Bible from the very beginning. As you rest tonight, consider this. If God could hide such a profound message in a simple list of names, what other secrets might be waiting to be discovered in the pages of Scripture? Let us continue to uncover the next mystery. Mystery 6. God's signature in creation. DNA, laminin, and the divine code. As we drift deeper into the mysteries of Scripture, we now turn to something even more profound, a discovery that bridges the ancient text with modern science, a signature hidden not in words, but in the very fabric of our physical existence. In Genesis chapter 2, we read these ancient words. Then the Lord God formed a man from the dust of the ground and breathed into his nostrils the breath of life. We all know this story. God formed man from the dust of the earth. At first glance, this might seem like a symbolic description, poetry, metaphor, a primitive explanation for the origin of human life. But when examined from a scientific viewpoint, we uncover something fascinating. The chemical elements that make up the human body are exactly the same as those found in the earth. Yes, the main chemical elements of the human body are carbon, hydrogen, oxygen, and nitrogen. And these are precisely the same chemical elements found in the dust of the ground. This literally means that humans are composed of the same materials as the earth, what the Bible stated thousands of years ago, before the advent of modern chemistry, before anyone understood atomic structure or elemental composition, turns out to be scientifically accurate. But there is something even deeper to explore, something hidden within the very fabric of our existence, something that has only been discovered in recent decades. Let us talk about DNA. DNA, deoxyribonucleic acid, is the molecule that contains the genetic information of every living being. It is the blueprint of life itself. Every cell in your body contains this intricate code, a code so complex that if the DNA in just one of your cells were unraveled and stretched out, it would be about 6 feet long. And you have approximately 37 trillion cells in your body. DNA is composed of 4 chemical bases, often represented by the letters A, T, C, and G: adenine, thymine, cytosine, and guanine. These 4 bases form specific sequences, creating a genetic alphabet that determines everything about you: your eye color, your height, the shape of your hands, the very essence of your physical being. Now, here is where things become extraordinary. Scientists have discovered that the acids that make up our genes come together in a specific pattern. Bridges form after certain sequences of acids, connecting the DNA chains together. These bridges are called base pairs, and the rate of connection follows a precise sequence: 10, 5, 6, 5. 10, 5, 6, 5. Now, you may know that the Hebrew language does not use separate symbols for numbers. Instead, Hebrew letters serve double duty. Each letter has a corresponding numerical value. This system is called gematria, and it has been used by Jewish scholars for thousands of years. In Hebrew, the number 10 is represented by the letter Yod. The number 5 is represented by the letter He. The number 6 is represented by the letter Vav. And again, 5 is He. 10, 5, 6, 5. Yod, He, Vav, He. Y, H, V, H. Y, H, V, H. The Tetragrammaton, the four-letter name of God, Yahweh, the most sacred name in all of Scripture, the name God revealed to Moses at the burning bush, the name so holy that ancient Jews would not even speak it aloud. The name of God is encoded in the very structure of our DNA. This sequence, 10, 5, 6, 5, is repeated billions of times in every single living cell, trillions of times in every human body, the name of the Creator spoken silently within every fiber of our being. Is this mere coincidence? How can such an exact match be random? What are the odds that the numerical sequence governing the building blocks of life would correspond precisely to the ancient Hebrew name of God? It is as if the Creator signed his work, as if he embedded his name within the very code of life itself, waiting for the day when humanity would develop the technology to read it. But there is more. Let us talk about laminin. Laminin is a protein molecule. It is found in the extracellular matrix of nearly every tissue in the human body. Without laminin, your body would literally fall apart. It is the glue that holds us together. It is what keeps your cells adhering to one another. It maintains the structural integrity of your organs, your skin, your muscles. Without laminin, life as we know it could not exist. Now, here is what makes laminin so remarkable. When scientists first imaged the structure of laminin under powerful microscopes, they discovered something that left many of them speechless: the shape of laminin. Laminin is shaped like a cross. Not a vague resemblance, not a stretch of the imagination. The molecular structure of laminin has a distinct cross shape, with 3 short arms and 1 long arm. The very molecule that holds your body together is in the shape of the cross. In the book of Colossians, chapter 1, verse 17, we read, "He is before all things, and in him all things hold together." The molecule that literally holds our bodies together, that holds the lining of our organs together, that holds our skin on, is in the shape of the cross of Jesus Christ. As the psalmist wrote in Psalm 139, "For you created my inmost being. You knit me together in my mother's womb. I praise you because I am fearfully and wonderfully made. Marvelous are your works." From the very creation of humanity, God placed his signature deep within our being. It is not merely a perfect design. It is a seal, proof that we were created with intention. We bear the mark of our Creator. Our DNA carries his name, and our cells are held together by molecules in the shape of his sacrifice. We are not an accident. We are God's creation, and his signature is upon us. As you lie here tonight, as your cells continue their intricate dance of life, remember this: billions of times each second within your very body, the name of God is being spoken in the language of molecular biology, and cross-shaped proteins are holding you together. You are fearfully and wonderfully made. Mystery 5. The Isaiah 53. Hidden code. The name of Jesus, encrypted 7 centuries before his birth. We now venture into one of the most powerful prophecies in all of Scripture, a chapter that has been called the Forbidden Chapter by some Jewish traditions, a passage so clearly pointing to Jesus Christ that for centuries, rabbis have struggled to explain it any other way. But beyond the plain text of this prophecy lies something even more extraordinary: a hidden code, a divine signature, the very name of Jesus encrypted in the Hebrew letters. Isaiah chapter 53 is one of the most powerful prophecies in all of Scripture, a chapter that describes with stunning accuracy the Messiah's suffering, his rejection, his sacrifice, and his surrender for humanity. But this passage, written 700 years before Jesus walked the earth, holds something more, something not visible at first glance, a hidden code in the Hebrew language. Let us first consider the prophecy itself. Isaiah writes, "He was despised and rejected by mankind, a man of suffering and familiar with pain. Like one from whom people hide their faces, he was despised, and we held him in low esteem. Surely he took up our pain and bore our suffering, yet we considered him punished by God, stricken by him, and afflicted. But he was pierced for our transgressions, he was crushed for our iniquities. The punishment that brought us peace was on him, and by his wounds we are healed." This prophecy tells us that the Messiah would be wounded for our transgressions, crushed for our iniquities. The punishment for our peace would fall upon him. Although ancient rabbis tried to avoid this interpretation, the truth is undeniable. Isaiah 53 is the exact depiction of Christ's crucifixion. Yet there is something that becomes visible only if we look deeper, if we not only read, but also count. In the original Hebrew text, if you take chapter 53 and count every 49th letter, a distinct and clear word emerges, a hidden signature: Yeshua Shmi. Jesus is my name. This is not an interpretation or a theory. It is a mathematical pattern embedded within the biblical text, a concealed message within a prophecy, a name hidden in a chapter that describes the suffering of God's servant. How is this possible? How could a text written centuries before Christ encrypt his name? The ancient scribes did not manipulate the texts. Hebrew is a strict language where each letter carries both numerical value and meaning. You cannot simply alter a word without changing its context. So how is it possible that Jesus' name was hidden in the Bible 700 years before his birth? And there is more, because it is no coincidence that we need to count every 49th letter. The number 49 is 7 times 7. In the Bible, 7 is the number of God, the number of divine perfection, the number of completion. It is as if God embedded his signature within a perfect pattern, ensuring that only those who study carefully will uncover the message. Jesus himself said, "You study the scriptures diligently because you think that in them you have eternal life. These are the very scriptures that testify about me." And when we delve into Isaiah 53, we find his name etched into its words. This is yet another proof that the Bible is more than just a book. It is a coded message from someone who sees the end from the beginning. If the name of Jesus was hidden in a text written 7 centuries before his birth, how many more mysteries lie hidden in plain sight? The method used to discover this hidden name is called equidistant letter sequencing. It was not invented by modern computers. Jewish scholars have known about this technique for centuries. The 13th century Spanish rabbi Bachia ben Asher described equidistant letter sequences in the Bible. The 16th century mystic Moshe Cordovero wrote about similar patterns. This is not a new discovery, but an ancient mystery, only now being fully understood. Think about what this means. A prophecy that describes in vivid detail the suffering and death of the Messiah, written 700 years before Jesus was born, and hidden within that prophecy in a mathematically perfect pattern is his very name. Yeshua, Jesus, the one whose death would bring healing to the nations. As you drift deeper into rest tonight, consider this mystery. The God who inspired these scriptures knew the end from the beginning. He hid messages within messages, layers of meaning beneath the surface text. And he waited patiently for humanity to discover what he had written thousands of years ago. Mystery 4. The Curse of Jerusalem. Jesus predicted every stone would fall. We now turn to one of the most dramatic and historically verifiable prophecies in all of Scripture. A prophecy spoken by Jesus himself. A prediction so specific, so seemingly impossible, that his own disciples could not believe it. Yet 40 years later, it came true, word for word, stone for stone. Jesus was in Jerusalem, gazing at the city from the Mount of Olives. His disciples admired the temple, the most sacred jewel of the Jewish people. Herod's temple was one of the most magnificent structures in the ancient world. Its walls were made of massive stone blocks, some weighing over 500 tons. The temple gleamed with gold and white marble. It was the pride of Israel, the dwelling place of God's presence. To them, this place was eternal, indestructible. But what Jesus said at that moment left everyone breathless. They will dash you to the ground, you and the children within your walls. They will not leave one stone on another, because you did not recognize the time of God's coming to you. The disciples fell silent. How could this be possible? How could such a magnificent structure be reduced to rubble? And how could Jesus be so certain of something like this? What no one could have imagined was that 40 years later, this prophecy would come true, word for word. In the time of Jesus, Jerusalem was under Roman control. There were constant tensions between the Jews and the Romans. Many hoped that the Messiah would free them from oppression. However, instead of proclaiming a political revolution, Jesus spoke of a coming judgment. He said that Jerusalem would be destroyed, leaving not one stone upon another. To many, this sounded impossible. Herod's temple was one of the most magnificent structures of its time. Its walls were made of massive stone blocks. No one in their right mind would think such a thing could disappear. But 40 years after Jesus' prediction, in the year 70 AD, the Romans, led by General Titus, laid siege to Jerusalem. It was a brutal war. Hunger and desperation consumed the city. The siege lasted for months. Finally, the Romans broke in and set the temple ablaze. What happened next is chilling. The heat of the fire grew so intense that the gold of the temple began to melt. The molten gold seeped into the cracks between the stones. When the fire died down, the Roman soldiers, in search of gold, overturned stone after stone to loot it. Every single stone of the temple was dismantled, down to the very last one. Roman historians like Tacitus and Flavius Josephus recorded these events. This is not legend, it is proven history. What Jesus said came true to the letter. Not one stone was left upon another. It was not a partial destruction. It was the exact fulfillment of a prophecy that no one could have anticipated with such precision. The historian Josephus, who witnessed the destruction firsthand, wrote that over 1 million Jews died during the siege. Those who survived were either killed or sold into slavery. The temple was so thoroughly destroyed that today, nearly 2,000 years later, it has never been rebuilt. All that remains is the Western Wall, a retaining wall that was not part of the temple itself, but merely supported the platform on which the temple stood. Consider the precision of this prophecy. Jesus did not simply say the temple would be damaged. He did not say it would be conquered. He said not one stone would be left upon another. And that is exactly what happened. The Roman soldiers, driven by greed for the melted gold, dismantled the entire structure stone by stone. How could Jesus have known this? How could anyone predict, with such specific detail, an event that would occur 40 years in the future? An event that seemed utterly impossible at the time, unless he truly did see the end from the beginning. Jesus wept over Jerusalem. He said, "If you, even you, had only known on this day what would bring you peace, but now it is hidden from your eyes." He knew what was coming. He tried to warn them, but they did not recognize the time of their visitation. This prophecy stands as one of the most powerful evidences for the divine nature of Jesus Christ. Not a vague prediction that could be interpreted multiple ways, but a specific, detailed, seemingly impossible prophecy that came true exactly as spoken. History confirms it. Archaeology confirms it. Roman historians confirm it. Not one stone was left upon another. As you rest tonight, think about this. The same Jesus who predicted the destruction of Jerusalem also spoke about the future, about his return, about the end of the age. If his prophecy about the temple came true with such precision, what does that tell us about his other prophecies that are yet to be fulfilled? Mystery 3. The lost day of Joshua, when the sun stood still. In the Bible, there are stories that defy all logical explanation, but few are as baffling, as controversial, and as enduring as what happened in the book of Joshua, chapter 10. A day when the laws of physics seemed to pause, when the sun and moon stood still in the sky, when time itself appeared to stop. In the midst of a bloody battle against the Amorite kings, Joshua found himself running out of daylight. The Israelites were winning, but darkness was approaching. If the sun set, the enemy would escape into the night. So Joshua did something unprecedented. He cried out to the Lord in the presence of all Israel. Sun, stand still over Gibeon, and you, moon, over the valley of Aijalon. And the scripture records, so the sun stood still, and the moon stopped, till the nation avenged itself on its enemies. The sun stopped in the middle of the sky, and delayed going down about a full day. There has never been a day like it before or since, a day when the Lord listened to a human being. This passage describes an event that modern science would consider impossible. The sun and the moon halted in the sky. Time itself seemed to pause, allowing the Israelites to finish their battle. For many, this has been considered just a myth, a metaphor, a symbolic tale. But what if there is more to this story? In 1974, a story began to circulate that captured the imagination of millions. An astronomer named Harold Hill made a statement that shook both the scientific and religious communities. He claimed that by calculating the positions of celestial bodies and tracking the movements of the sun and the moon through history, his team found a time anomaly. 23 hours and 20 minutes were missing from the astronomical calendar. This time deficit, he claimed, seemed to correspond with the event described in the book of Joshua, a day that never ended. But that is not all. If 23 hours and 20 minutes were missing, that left a gap of 40 minutes to complete exactly one full day. And guess what? In 2 Kings chapter 20, the Bible mentions another astounding event. King Hezekiah was sick, near death. The prophet Isaiah came to him and told him God would heal him. As a sign that this healing would occur, God made the shadow on the sundial of Ahaz move backward, precisely 10 degrees. 10 degrees on a sundial equals approximately 40 minutes. If this is true, it means that the two events combined explain the lost day in the history of time. Now, here is where we must be honest. The story about Harold Hill and NASA discovering the missing day has been widely disputed. Some historians suggest that the tale might merely be an urban legend, a story blown out of proportion without substantial scientific documentation. No official NASA records have been produced to confirm this discovery. Yet there is something that cannot be dismissed: the remarkable consistency of ancient accounts from around the world. If Joshua's event were merely mythical, if it were only an Israelite legend, we would expect it to be isolated, unique to Jewish scripture. But it is not. Civilizations across the globe, cultures that had no contact with ancient Israel, have historical records of an unusually prolonged day, or an unexpectedly long night. The ancient Chinese have records of a long day during the reign of Emperor Yao. Chinese astronomers recorded an event where the sun did not set for an extended period. This would correspond to the same approximate time period as Joshua. The Egyptians, on the other side of the world, have similar records. Their histories speak of a day that lasted far longer than normal. The Aztec civilization in Central America has legends of a night that would not end. Remember, if it was daytime in the Middle East, it would be nighttime in the Americas. A long day in Israel would mean a long night in Mexico. Even in Inca mythology, there is mention of a time when the sun stood still. How do we explain this? How do we explain that cultures separated by oceans, by continents, by thousands of miles, all have records of the same astronomical anomaly, occurring at approximately the same time in history? This leaves us with two possibilities. Either all of this is an incredible coincidence. Multiple unconnected civilizations invented similar myths about time standing still, or something unexplainable truly occurred in the past. Something so dramatic that it was recorded by cultures around the globe. Today, science can neither prove nor disprove this event. We cannot recreate it. We cannot verify it through experimentation. However, the Bible does describe a phenomenon that defies all understanding, and somehow that description aligns with accounts from different cultures and with temporal anomalies that some scientists have attempted to explain. What we can say with certainty is this: the book of Joshua records an event where the sun stood still for about a full day, and that record is echoed in the historical memories of civilizations around the world. Whether you believe it happened literally or not, the mystery remains. Why do so many ancient cultures remember a day when time itself seemed to stop? As you rest tonight, imagine what that day must have been like. The sun frozen in the sky, hours passing without the familiar movement of shadows, a world holding its breath as the impossible occurred. And somewhere, on a battlefield in ancient Israel, a man named Joshua stood with his face raised to heaven, watching as God answered his prayer. Mystery 2. The number of the beast, 666 or 616. For centuries, the number 666 has been feared, avoided, and regarded as the mark of ultimate evil. It has been banned from license plates, removed from hotel room numbers, even changed on street addresses to avoid bad luck. Popular culture has turned it into the symbol of the devil, reinforcing the notion that it is the most menacing number in all of Scripture. But what if everything you thought you knew about this number is wrong? What if the number of the beast is not actually 666? The only chapter in the entire Bible where this number appears is in the book of Revelation, chapter 13. Let us start with the text itself. The scripture says, "It also forced all people, great and small, rich and poor, free and slave, to receive a mark on their right hands or on their foreheads, so that they could not buy or sell unless they had the mark, which is the name of the beast or the number of its name." This verse describes a complete control over humanity. A mark, a sign of submission to the beast, imposed on the hand or forehead. The hand symbolizes actions, work, what we do. The forehead represents beliefs, thought, the mind. This implies that the beast system controls not only what you do, but also what you think. The mark symbolizes submission and loyalty to the beast, serving as an emblem of control and conformity. Only those who accept the mark, the name, or the number of the beast are allowed to participate in the economy, highlighting a complete dependency and enforced allegiance. The passage concludes with a vital clue. This calls for wisdom. Let the person who has insight calculate the number of the beast, for it is the number of a man. That number is 666. This is the verse that altered history. It calls us to discernment through a clear sign, the number 666. But what if this number is not what we have always believed? In 1999, an archaeological discovery stunned the academic world. Papyrus 115, the oldest known manuscript containing this portion of the Book of Revelation, was deciphered at Oxford University. And it did not say 666. It said 616. This papyrus, unearthed in Oxyrhynchus, Egypt, is approximately 1700 years old. It is the world's oldest manuscript containing the text of Revelation chapter 13, and it reveals that the number of the beast is not what we have always believed. The error, or perhaps the manipulation, may have been due to early scribes who, while copying the manuscripts, altered the number of the beast. But why? The most widely accepted theory is that it was meant to point to Nero, the Roman emperor who brutally persecuted Christians in the 1st century. In the Hebrew, gematria, a system where letters have numerical values, the name Nero Caesar adds up to 666 when spelled in one way. But when spelled using the Latin form of his name, it adds up to 616. Emperor Nero is notorious for his persecution of Christians during his reign in the Roman Empire. The most savage persecution occurred after the Great Fire of Rome in 64 AD. The devastating fire ravaged much of the city of Rome, destroying numerous districts and causing immense suffering and devastation. Although the exact causes of the fire remain unclear, there were rumors that Nero himself had ordered the blaze to clear land for his palaces. To divert attention and accusations from himself, Nero needed a group to blame. The Christians, who were already a minority group with practices that Romans considered strange, became a convenient target. The Roman historian Tacitus, in Book 15 of the Annals, describes how Nero blamed the Christians for the fire. Tacitus notes that Nero subjected Christians to horrific tortures and executions. A large number of Christians were arrested and faced brutal treatment. Some were covered with animal skins and mauled by dogs. Others were crucified, and some were burned alive to serve as nighttime illumination in Nero's gardens. This persecution left a profound mark on the collective memory of the early Christian community, and Nero would be remembered for his brutality in later Christian literature. Nero was often associated with the Antichrist or figures of ultimate evil. For this reason, it is quite possible that a scribe changed the number 616 to 666 to more clearly link the beast to Nero. But how can it be that this difference has not been corrected in modern versions of the Bible? The truth is that in the oldest manuscripts, some scribes used 666, while others used 616, depending on how they wanted to identify the beast. What we can say with certainty is this: the number 6 in the Bible symbolizes humanity, imperfection, and weakness. God created man on the 6th day. Man works for 6 days and rests on the 7th. Jericho fell on the 7th day after they marched for 6 days. Therefore, 666 represents the height of human rule without God, a system rooted in human self-sufficiency and earthly power without acknowledging the Creator. Over time, the number 666 became more prevalent, especially after Irenaeus of Lyon, a 2nd century church father, argued that this was the correct number. The problem is that Irenaeus based his argument on later manuscripts, not the oldest ones. Thus, the reading became embedded in later biblical translations, creating a belief that has endured through the centuries up to the present day. Whether the original number was 616 or 666, the message remains the same. The beast represents a system opposed to God, a power that demands allegiance in place of the Creator, a mark that separates those who follow the world from those who follow the Lord. As you drift deeper into rest, consider this mystery. For 2,000 years, humanity has feared a number, but perhaps the true warning of Revelation is not about a number at all. Perhaps it is about the choice we all must make. Whom will we serve? What mark will we bear? And where will our ultimate allegiance lie? Mystery 1. Daniel's prophetic clock. the 483-year countdown to Jesus. We have now arrived at our final mystery, and it is perhaps the most extraordinary of all. A prophecy so precise, so mathematically exact, that it pinpointed the arrival of the Messiah centuries before his birth. A divine timeline written in ancient Babylon that would count down to the very year Jesus began his ministry. The prophet Daniel, while in captivity in Babylon, received a chilling revelation. The Lord showed him a divine timeline, marking with precision the most significant events in human history. The angel Gabriel appeared to Daniel and spoke these words: 77s are decreed for your people and your holy city, to finish transgression, to put an end to sin, to atone for wickedness, to bring in everlasting righteousness, to seal up vision and prophecy, and to anoint the most holy place. This passage speaks of a period of 70 weeks that would bring redemption and judgment. Yet these are not ordinary weeks. In biblical prophecy, a prophetic day often equals a year. Thus, 70 prophetic weeks amount to 490 years. Within these 70 weeks, God revealed something even more precise to Daniel. Know and understand this. From the time the word goes out to restore and rebuild Jerusalem until the Anointed One, the ruler, comes, there will be 7 sevens and 62 sevens. 7 sevens plus 62 sevens equals 69 sevens. 69 times 7 equals 483 years. The Bible tells us that this prophecy's starting point would be the decree to rebuild Jerusalem. That decree was issued in 457 BC by King Artaxerxes of Persia. Now let us do the math. If we add 483 years to the decree's date, we arrive at the year 27 AD, precisely when Jesus began his public ministry. Is this merely a coincidence? Daniel, writing centuries earlier, accurately predicted the year the Messiah would appear in history. Jesus commenced his ministry in exactly the year the prophet had foretold. But there is something even more astounding. The prophecy not only foretold his coming, but also his death. After the 62 sevens, the Anointed One will be put to death and will have nothing. Daniel saw that the Messiah would be cut off. This Hebrew word, karet, is used in the Old Testament in reference to being expelled, sentenced to death, and executed. And that is what happened. Jesus was cut off, rejected, sentenced to death, and crucified. The prophecy continues. The Messiah would be cut off in the middle of the final week. If the prophetic week equals 7 years, then half of that week is 3.5 years. Jesus began his ministry in the year 27 AD. 3.5 years later, in the year 31 AD, the most monumental event in history took place. Jesus was crucified, exactly as Daniel had written. Think about the precision of this prophecy. Daniel, living in Babylon over 500 years before Christ, received a revelation that pinpointed the exact time the Messiah would arrive, the exact time he would be cut off. The prophet did not speak in vague generalities. He gave specific numbers, specific time frames, a mathematical countdown that history proved accurate. However, Daniel's prophecy is not yet fully fulfilled. There remains one final prophetic week that has not yet come to pass. Daniel stated, "He will confirm a covenant with many for 1/7. In the middle of the 7, he will put an end to sacrifice and offering." After Christ's crucifixion, the prophetic clock seems to have stopped. Why? Some scholars believe that this final week was fulfilled with Jesus' death on the cross. They think that Christ's sacrifice put an end to the need for temple sacrifices. However, others believe that the final week is still in the future and represents the last 7 years of human history before Christ's return. In this interpretation, there will be a period of great tribulation, a global control system, and the ultimate revelation of the Antichrist. If this is true, it means Daniel's prophetic clock is still ticking, and the final outcome might be very near. If the first part of Daniel's prophecy accurately predicted the arrival of Jesus, why would we ignore the last part? If God's clock proved accurate for the first 69 weeks, would it not be accurate for the 70th? If the prophecy counted down perfectly to the Messiah's first coming, is it not also counting down to his second? Jesus said, "When you see all these things, you know that it is near, right at the door." The signs are all around us. The stage is being set, and Daniel's clock continues to tick. As you rest tonight, consider the extraordinary precision of this prophecy. A timeline written over 500 years before Christ that counted down to the exact year of his arrival. A prophecy that foretold not only his coming, but his death, and perhaps a prophecy that is still being fulfilled today. The God who revealed the future to Daniel is the same God who holds the future in his hands, and his word has never failed. We have journeyed together through 7 mysterious secrets of the Bible tonight. 7 revelations that point to something beyond human authorship, beyond coincidence, beyond the realm of natural explanation. Somewhere beneath the cobblestone streets of Vatican City, hidden behind walls that have stood for over 1,000 years, lies a fortress not of soldiers or weapons, but of secrets. 53 miles of shelving, climate-controlled vaults, armed guards and biometric security that rivals any government installation on Earth. This is the Vatican Apostolic Archive, formerly known by a far more ominous name, the Secret Archives. Tonight, as you drift into the space between waking and dreams, we're going to explore the mysteries that the most powerful religious institution in human history has allegedly kept hidden from the world. Some of what you're about to hear has been verified by historians. Some remains firmly in the realm of theory and speculation, and some is so strange that it challenges everything we think we know about time, reality, and the nature of human history itself. The physical secrets. what is really in the vault? Let's begin with what we know for certain. The Vatican Apostolic Archive is real. It contains documents spanning over 12 centuries, from papal correspondence to trial transcripts, from diplomatic treaties to excommunication orders. Among its verified contents are letters from Mary, Queen of Scots, written just before her execution, pleading with Pope Sixtus V for intervention. There are the complete transcripts of the trials of the Knights Templar, documenting the systematic destruction of the most powerful military order in medieval Europe. There is correspondence from Michelangelo, complaining about the working conditions while painting the Sistine Chapel. And there are records of Galileo's trial, where the Church forced him to recant his belief that the Earth revolved around the Sun. But here's what makes researchers uneasy. Despite the archive being partially open to qualified scholars in 1981, vast sections remain completely off limits. The Vatican claims this is simply due to the fragility of ancient documents and the sheer volume of uncatalogued material. Critics suggest something else entirely. They believe certain documents, certain artifacts, certain objects are being deliberately concealed. And this brings us to our first mystery, the Chronovisor. In 1972, an Italian priest named Father Pellegrino Ernetti made an extraordinary claim. He stated that in the 1950s, he had been part of a secret team of scientists working within the Vatican, and together they had built a machine that could view any event in human history. They called it the Chronovisor. According to Father Ernetti, the device didn't travel through time physically. Instead, it captured the residual light and sound waves that every event leaves behind as it ripples through the fabric of space-time. Think of it like this. When you drop a stone into still water, the ripples spread outward and eventually fade. But technically, they never completely disappear. The Chronovisor, Ernetti claimed, could detect those ancient ripples and reconstruct the original event. The team allegedly included 12 scientists, among them the Nobel Prize-winning physicist Enrico Fermi, who had worked on the Manhattan Project, and Werner von Braun, the former Nazi rocket scientist who later helped America reach the moon. Whether these men actually participated has never been verified. Both were dead by the time Ernetti went public with his claims. But what did Father Ernetti say they witnessed? He claimed the team used the Chronovisor to observe the destruction of Sodom and Gomorrah. They watched speeches delivered in the Roman Senate. They witnessed Napoleon in his private chambers. But most significantly, Father Ernetti claimed they observed the crucifixion of Jesus Christ. As proof, he released a photograph. The image showed a face, a man's face twisted in agony, wearing what appeared to be a crown of thorns. Ernetti claimed this was an actual image of Christ, captured through the Chronovisor during the crucifixion. The photograph caused a sensation. Religious believers were divided between wonder and skepticism. Scientists dismissed it entirely. Then came the controversy. Investigators discovered that the photograph bore a striking resemblance to a wooden crucifix sculpture located in the Sanctuary of Merciful Love in Collevalenza, Italy. The sculpture had been created by a Spanish artist named Lorenzo Cullot Valera. When confronted with this, Father Ernetti reportedly admitted the photograph was a fake. But here's where it gets strange. He maintained until his death in 1994 that the Chronovisor itself was absolutely real. He said he had faked the photograph because the Vatican had forbidden him from releasing actual images from the device. The fake, he claimed, was meant to give people a sense of what they had truly witnessed without breaking his oath of secrecy. On his deathbed, Father Ernetti reportedly confirmed once again that the machine existed, that it worked, and that the Vatican had ordered it dismantled because the knowledge it could provide was too dangerous for humanity. According to some accounts, he also suggested that the components were not destroyed, but rather stored somewhere within the Vatican. The Church has never officially commented on the Chronovisor claims. Now let us descend deeper into the shadows with our next alleged artifact, the Grand Grimoire. Throughout history, various texts have been called grimoires, books of magic containing spells, rituals, and instructions for summoning spirits. But the Grand Grimoire, sometimes called the Red Dragon, is said to be the most powerful and dangerous of them all. Legend holds that it was written in the 16th century, possibly by a figure named Honorius of Thebes, and that it contains the precise ritual for summoning Lucifer himself. The conspiracy theory suggests that the Vatican acquired this text centuries ago, not to destroy it, but to study it, and perhaps, some whisper, to use it. Those who believe this theory point to the Church's complex relationship with demonology. After all, the Vatican maintains trained exorcists to this day. They acknowledge the existence of demons as part of Catholic doctrine. Would it not make sense, believers argue, for them to possess the most comprehensive texts on the subject? Skeptics counter that copies of the Grand Grimoire are actually widely available. It has been published multiple times since the 19th century, but true believers suggest those public versions are incomplete, deliberately edited to remove the most dangerous passages. The real text, the complete text, they claim, remains locked away in the Vatican vaults. And now we arrive at perhaps the most contemporary mystery of all, the Vatican and non-human intelligence. In 2023, a former United States intelligence officer named David Grush testified before Congress under oath. He claimed that the American government possessed crashed spacecraft of non-human origin, and that programs existed to reverse engineer this technology. But buried within his extensive claims was a detail that many overlooked. Grush alleged that the Vatican had been involved in concealing evidence of extraterrestrial contact since the 1930s. According to Grush, in 1933, during the reign of Italian dictator Benito Mussolini, a craft of unknown origin crashed near Milan. The fascist government recovered the object and kept it hidden. Pope Pius XII, who had extensive connections to the Italian government, allegedly knew of this recovery. After World War II, Grush claims the Vatican helped facilitate the transfer of this craft and related materials to the United States. This would mean the Catholic Church has possessed knowledge of non-human intelligence for over 90 years. The implications are staggering. How would confirmed extraterrestrial life affect religious doctrine? How would it change humanity's understanding of its place in the cosmos? Perhaps, some theorize, this is precisely why such information would be suppressed. Interestingly, the Vatican has taken steps in recent decades to appear more open to the possibility of extraterrestrial life. The Vatican Observatory, one of the oldest astronomical research institutions in the world, has hosted conferences on astrobiology. Vatican astronomers have stated publicly that belief in extraterrestrial life does not contradict Catholic faith. Some see this as genuine scientific openness. Others see it as preparation, a slow conditioning of the faithful for a revelation that may one day be impossible to contain. As we leave the physical vaults behind, let us turn our attention to an even deeper mystery, a mystery that suggests the Vatican's secrets extend not just into hidden rooms, but into the very origins of the faith itself. Part 2. The Egyptian Connection, the Stolen Magic. Stand in St. Peter's Square in Vatican City, and you will see something peculiar. Rising from the center of the plaza, surrounded by the curved colonnades designed by Bernini, stands an Egyptian obelisk. It is over 80 feet tall, carved from a single piece of red granite, and it is approximately 3,300 years old. This obelisk originally stood in Heliopolis, the ancient Egyptian city of the sun. It was brought to Rome by Emperor Caligula in 37 AD to decorate the circus where countless Christians would later be martyred. In 1586, Pope Sixtus V ordered it moved to its current location, directly in front of St. Peter's Basilica. A cross was placed on top, and it was rededicated to the glory of God. The official explanation is that this was an act of triumph, Christianity claiming victory over paganism, redeeming a symbol of an old religion for the new. But some researchers see something very different. They see evidence of a profound connection between ancient Egyptian spirituality and the foundations of Christianity, a connection, they argue, that the Church has spent 2,000 years trying to hide. The theory goes something like this. When Christianity emerged in the first centuries of the Common Era, it did not destroy the old religions of Egypt and the Mediterranean. Instead, it absorbed them. Symbols, rituals, and even stories were taken from older traditions and repackaged in a new form. The Vatican, according to this theory, knows this, and they have worked for centuries to suppress any evidence that might reveal these origins. Consider the parallels that some researchers have drawn between Christ and the Egyptian god Horus. Horus was born to the goddess Isis after his father Osiris was killed and resurrected. Some versions of the myth describe a miraculous conception. Horus battled the forces of darkness, represented by his uncle Set. He was associated with light, with the rising sun, with triumph over death. Early Christian iconography sometimes shows Mary and the infant Jesus in poses remarkably similar to ancient Egyptian depictions of Isis nursing the infant Horus. Now, mainstream historians dispute many of these claimed parallels. They point out that the details often don't match as closely as proponents suggest. The similarities, they argue, are superficial or reflect common mythological patterns found across many cultures. But those who believe in the Egyptian connection say this is exactly what you would expect. If the Church has spent 2 millennia suppressing and destroying evidence, of course the remaining traces would be fragmentary and disputed. This brings us to the concept of Heka. In ancient Egypt, Heka was the fundamental force of magic that permeated the universe. The word itself is sometimes translated as magical speech or authoritative utterance. Egyptian priests believed that certain words, spoken in certain ways, at certain times, could literally reshape reality. This wasn't metaphor to them. It was physics, sound frequencies they believed could heal the sick, communicate with the dead, and even create life. Some theorists argue that early Christianity incorporated these beliefs. The Gospel of John opens with the famous words, "In the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God, and the Word was God." Is this philosophy, or is it Heka? Is it a statement about the creative power of divine speech, inherited directly from Egyptian magical tradition? The conspiracy theory suggests that the Vatican possesses ancient texts explaining these connections, texts that would reveal the techniques of Egyptian priests, texts that would prove individuals could access divine power directly, without the need for priests or churches or institutional religion at all. If such texts exist, the theory goes, releasing them would undermine the very foundation of the Church's authority. People would realize they don't need an intermediary to connect with the divine. The power has been within them all along. And what of the obelisk in St. Peter's Square? Conspiracy theorists call it a pagan antenna. In ancient Egypt, obelisks were believed to be petrified rays of sunlight. They were conduits of spiritual energy, connecting earth to heaven. They were placed at temple entrances to channel and focus cosmic power. Why? Ask the theorists. Would the Catholic Church place such an object at the very heart of their holiest site, unless they understood exactly what it was and what it could do? The official answer, of course, is that it's simply a historical artifact, repurposed as a symbol of Christian triumph. But believers in this theory see the obelisk as evidence that the Church has always known the truth about its Egyptian roots and has been using that ancient knowledge in ways the public cannot imagine. Related to this is the figure of Thoth, the Egyptian god of wisdom, writing, magic, and the moon. The Greeks identified Thoth with their god Hermes, and from this fusion emerged the legendary figure of Hermes Trismegistus, meaning thrice great Hermes. Hermes Trismegistus was said to be the author of the Hermetic texts, a body of philosophical and mystical writings that profoundly influenced Western thought. The core teaching of Hermeticism can be summarized in one phrase: as above, so below. This suggests that the universe operates on a principle of correspondence. What happens in the heavens reflects what happens on Earth, and vice versa. Humans are microcosms of the divine macrocosm. We contain within ourselves the same creative power that shaped the universe. If this is true, every human being is essentially divine. You can see why this would be problematic for an institution that positions itself as the necessary intermediary between humanity and God. The Hermetic texts were widely studied during the Renaissance, when scholars believed they predated the Bible and represented an ancient, pristine wisdom tradition. Later, scholarship dated them to the early centuries AD, making them contemporary with early Christianity rather than a source for it. But some researchers suspect this redating was itself part of a deliberate effort to diminish the text's authority. The supposed Book of Thoth, a legendary text said to contain all the secrets of the universe, has never been found. Some believe it never existed as a single book, but was rather a collection of knowledge passed down through initiates. Others believe it did exist, and that it now rests somewhere in those 53 miles of Vatican shelving, kept forever hidden from a world that might be transformed by its contents. Let us pause here for a moment. Let the weight of these ideas settle. Feel your body relaxing, your breathing slowing. We're going deeper now, into territories where history itself becomes uncertain, where the very timeline of human civilization may not be what we've been taught. Part 3. The fake time theory, the phantom time, hypothesis. What if nearly 300 years of human history simply never happened? What if the medieval period we learned about in school, the dark ages of knights and castles and feudal lords, was largely invented? What if the year we call 2025 is actually something closer to 1728? This is the phantom time hypothesis, and while most historians dismiss it entirely, it has attracted a devoted following among those who question official narratives of the past. The theory was first proposed in 1991 by a German historian named Heribert Illig. He suggested that the years between 614 AD and 911 AD were fabricated through a conspiracy involving the Byzantine Emperor Constantine VII, Pope Sylvester II, and the Holy Roman Emperor Otto III. Their alleged motivation: they wanted to rule during the year 1000, a date of enormous symbolic significance in Christian eschatology. The year 1000 was expected by many to bring the return of Christ, the end of the world, or at least some momentous divine event. What better way to cement your place in history than to rule at the moment of maximum prophetic importance? According to Illig, the conspirators inserted 297 fake years into the calendar. They invented historical events, forged documents, created fictional rulers. The entire reign of Charlemagne, one of the most celebrated figures of the medieval period, may never have occurred. Charlemagne, the great unifier of Western Europe, might be nothing more than a myth invented to fill the gap in fabricated history. What evidence do proponents cite? First, there is the scarcity of archaeological remains from this period. The so-called Dark Ages produced remarkably few buildings, artifacts, or other physical evidence compared to the periods before and after. Mainstream historians attribute this to societal collapse following the fall of Rome. Phantom time theorists say the evidence is missing because those centuries simply didn't exist. Second, there are discrepancies between the Julian calendar and astronomical observations. When Pope Gregory XIII reformed the calendar in 1582, creating the Gregorian calendar we use today, 10 days were removed to correct accumulated error. But Illig calculated that if the Julian calendar had really been in use since 45 BC, 13 days should have needed correction, not 10. Where did those 3 days go? Perhaps, he suggests, because those centuries of accumulated error never actually occurred. Third, there is the peculiar figure of Pope Sylvester II himself. Born Gerbert of Aurillac, he was one of the most learned men of his age. He studied in Islamic Spain, introduced Arabic numerals to Christian Europe, built astronomical instruments, and was rumored to practice sorcery. Legends from the period claim he possessed a bronze head that could answer any question posed to it. Was this simply medieval superstition, or did Gerbert possess knowledge and technologies that shouldn't have existed in what we call the 10th century? If the phantom time hypothesis is correct, Gerbert may have lived much later than official history claims, when such knowledge would be less anomalous. Now, mainstream historians have thoroughly rebutted the phantom time hypothesis. They point to astronomical records from China, Islamic civilization, and Byzantium that independently confirm dates during the disputed period. Tree ring dating, or dendrochronology, provides an unbroken record that contradicts the theory. The elaborate forgery required would have been virtually impossible to coordinate across multiple hostile civilizations that had no reason to cooperate. And yet, the theory persists, perhaps because it speaks to a deeper unease about how we know what we know. History is written by the victors, as the saying goes, and for 1,000 years, few institutions had more power to shape historical narratives than the Catholic Church. Documents were preserved in monasteries. Monks were the primary copyists of ancient texts. What was preserved, what was edited, what was destroyed, all of this passed through ecclesiastical hands. If there were secrets to hide, whether about fake time or anything else, the Church had both the means and the opportunity. The calendar change of 1582 remains a focal point for those suspicious of official history, when Pope Gregory decreed that October 4th would be immediately followed by October 15th. Erasing 10 days from existence, riots broke out in some areas. People felt their lives had been stolen. Protestant countries refused to adopt the new calendar for centuries, suspicious of papal manipulation. England didn't switch until 1752, nearly 200 years later. Was the Gregorian reform simply a technical correction, or was it a cover-up? Those who believe in phantom time see it as the latter. By adjusting the calendar, the Church could paper over inconsistencies, smooth out gaps, make fabricated history appear more coherent. The truth, they say, lies buried in those Vatican archives, documents that would reveal the real timeline of human civilization, documents that will never see the light of day. We're drifting now through layers of mystery, from physical objects hidden in vaults, to stolen spiritual traditions, to the very fabric of time itself. But our journey isn't complete. Let us turn now to those who claim to have been inside, those who say they've seen the machinery of secrecy from within. Part 4. The Insider Confessions. Voices from within the walls. Every institution has its defectors, people who, for reasons of conscience or disillusionment, decide to speak about what they witnessed behind closed doors. The Vatican is no exception. Over the years, various individuals claiming to be former priests, archivists, or Vatican insiders have shared accounts of what they allegedly experienced. Their stories cannot be independently verified. Some may be fabrications, but together they paint a picture of an institution dedicated above all else to the preservation of its own power and the control of knowledge. One recurring theme in these accounts is what might be called the school of forgetting. Those who enter seminary, who train to become priests, undergo years of intensive education. They study theology, philosophy, church history, and canon law. But according to some who left, there is a hidden curriculum as well. Not what to learn, but what not to question. One former priest, whose accounts circulated in alternative research communities, described how seminarians who asked too many questions, who probed too deeply into certain topics, were quietly redirected. They weren't expelled. That would be too obvious. Instead, they were assigned to parishes in remote locations, given responsibilities that kept them busy with administrative tasks, steered away from any position where their curiosity might prove dangerous. The truly persistent, he claimed, sometimes simply disappeared from the seminary, their records indicating they had left voluntarily, no further explanation given. Another account speaks of the fake saints. Throughout Catholic history, thousands of individuals have been canonized, declared saints by the Church. The process of canonization is elaborate, requiring documented miracles, investigations into the candidate's life, and final approval from the Pope. But some theorists claim that certain saints never actually existed as described. Instead, they were ancient scientists, inventors, or holders of forbidden knowledge, whose discoveries were rebranded as miracles to keep the Church in control. Consider Saint Isidore of Seville, a 7th century bishop who compiled an encyclopedia called the Etymologies. This work attempted to catalogue all human knowledge of the ancient world. He is the patron saint of the Internet, a designation given by Pope John Paul II in 1997. Mainstream history presents Isidore as a learned churchman preserving classical knowledge, but some theorists suggest figures like Isidore may have possessed far more advanced knowledge than is officially acknowledged, knowledge that was carefully controlled and attributed to divine inspiration rather than scientific discovery. And then there are the Jesuits. The Society of Jesus, founded by Ignatius of Loyola in 1540, is the largest male religious order in the Catholic Church. Jesuits are known for their educational institutions, their intellectual rigor, and their missionary work around the world. The current Pope, Francis is the first Jesuit Pope in history. But conspiracy theorists have long viewed the Jesuits with suspicion. They point to the so-called fourth vow. While all Jesuits take vows of poverty, chastity, and obedience, a select group take an additional vow of special obedience to the Pope regarding missions. This means they can be sent anywhere in the world to do anything the Pope requires, without question. Historically, Jesuits have served as confessors to kings, advisors to emperors, and educators of the elite. They were expelled from multiple countries over the centuries, accused of political meddling and excessive influence. Portugal expelled them in 1759. France banned them in 1764. Spain followed in 1767. Pope Clement XIV suppressed the entire order in 1773, though it was later restored. Conspiracy theorists describe the Jesuits as the Pope's secret intelligence agency. They suggest that throughout history, Jesuits have infiltrated governments, suppressed scientific discoveries that threatened church authority, and orchestrated political events from behind the scenes. The Jesuits themselves would likely laugh at such accusations, or perhaps smile knowingly, depending on who you ask. The truth, as with so much involving the Vatican, remains hidden in shadow. We come now to our final chapter, perhaps the most significant of all, because while hidden devices and stolen magic and phantom time are fascinating mysteries, nothing touches more lives than the question of what was removed from the book that billions consider the Word of God. Part 5. Banned Books and the Bible. The texts they don't want you to read. The Bible as we know it today is not the Bible of the early Christians. This is not conspiracy theory. This is documented historical fact. For the first several centuries of Christian history, there was no agreed upon canon. Different communities used different texts. Books that are now considered scripture were once disputed. Books that are now considered heretical were once read in churches. the process by which certain texts were included and others excluded was messy, political, and stretched over centuries. The question that haunts alternative researchers is simple. Why were certain texts excluded? The official explanation involves theological considerations, questions of apostolic authority, consistency with established doctrine. But what if the real reason was more practical? What if certain texts were banned because they contained information that threatened the emerging power structure of the Church? Consider the Book of Enoch. This ancient text tells the story of Enoch, a pre-flood patriarch who was taken up to heaven without dying. In the book, Enoch describes his journeys through the celestial realms. He encounters angels, witnesses the workings of the cosmos, and learns secrets about the nature of reality. Most controversially, the Book of Enoch describes in detail the Watchers, angels who descended to earth, took human wives, and produced offspring called the Nephilim, giants who walked the earth before the flood. The Book of Enoch was highly regarded by early Christians. It is quoted directly in the New Testament epistle of Jude. Early church fathers like Tertullian considered it scripture, yet it was ultimately excluded from the biblical canon. Today, only the Ethiopian Orthodox Church includes it in their Bible. Why was it removed? Officially, because of concerns about its origins and theological content. But some researchers suggest the real reason is that the Book of Enoch describes too much. Its detailed cosmology, its star maps, its descriptions of heavenly machinery, all of this was dangerous. If people could read Enoch's direct revelations about the cosmos, they might not need priests to interpret divine will for them. Then there are the Gnostic Gospels. In 1945, near the Egyptian town of Nag Hammadi, a peasant named Muhammad Ali discovered a collection of ancient texts buried in a sealed jar. These texts, dating to the 3rd and 4th centuries, included gospels and teachings that had been lost for over 1,000 years. They represented the Gnostic tradition of early Christianity, a tradition that the Orthodox Church had worked hard to eliminate. The Gospel of Thomas is perhaps the most famous of these texts. Unlike the 4 canonical Gospels, Thomas contains no narrative of Jesus' life. Instead, it presents 114 sayings attributed to Jesus, introduced simply with the phrase Jesus said. Many of these sayings parallel those found in Matthew, Mark, Dot, and Luke, but some are dramatically different. Saying 3 of Thomas reads, "The kingdom is inside of you, and it is outside of you. When you come to know yourselves, then you will become known, and you will realize that it is you who are the sons of the living Father. But if you will not know yourselves, you dwell in poverty, and it is you who are that poverty." This is revolutionary theology. It suggests that the divine kingdom is not a distant heaven to be reached after death, accessible only through church sacraments. It is here, now, within each person. Salvation comes not from faith in institutions, but from self-knowledge, from recognizing the divine spark within. If this teaching had prevailed, There might be no Catholic Church as we know it, no hierarchy of priests and bishops, no Vatican, no need for intermediaries between humanity and God. Similarly radical is the Gospel of Mary, believed to refer to Mary Magdalene. This text presents Mary as a leader among the disciples, someone who received special teachings from Jesus that the male disciples did not fully understand. It describes conflict between Mary and Peter, who questions why Jesus would share secrets with a woman. The Gospel validates Mary's authority and presents a vision of early Christianity in which women held significant spiritual roles. The church that emerged victorious from the theological battles of the early centuries was one that emphasized hierarchy, male authority, and institutional mediation of the divine. The Gnostic alternatives, with their emphasis on direct spiritual experience and the divinity within each person, were suppressed, their texts burned, their adherents persecuted. The Nag Hammadi discovery showed us what was lost, but those texts only survived by accident, hidden by someone who sensed the coming destruction. How many other texts were not so lucky? How many remain hidden, not in desert caves, but in those climate-controlled Vatican vaults? The Apocrypha, 14 books included in Catholic and Orthodox Bibles, but rejected by Protestant denominations, represent another layer of this mystery. These texts, which include books like Tobit, Judith, and the Wisdom of Solomon, were considered scripture by Christians for over 1,000 years before Protestant reformers removed them. The reformers argued these books were not part of the original Hebrew Bible and contained doctrines they considered unbiblical, like prayers for the dead. Catholics maintained their canonical status. The result is that different Christians today literally read different Bibles, a reminder of how contested the scriptural canon has always been. And what of texts we don't even know exist? The Vatican Library contains over 1.6 million printed books and 80,000 manuscripts. The Apostolic Archive adds millions more documents. Cataloging efforts have been ongoing for centuries and are nowhere near complete. In 2019, the Vatican announced it would begin digitizing some archive contents, but the project is estimated to take decades. What lurks in those uncatalogued depths? What gospels, what revelations, what secrets might be waiting to transform our understanding of history and faith? Some researchers believe the Vatican possesses the Q source, a hypothetical document that scholars believe Matthew and Luke drew upon when writing their Gospels. If Q exists, it would be among the oldest witnesses to Jesus' teachings. Others speculate about lost letters of Paul, complete versions of texts we only have in fragments, or records of early Christian communities whose beliefs differed radically from what became orthodoxy. The Vatican's response to such speculation is consistent. The archives are open to qualified scholars. Nothing is being hidden. Conspiracy theories are fantasies. And perhaps they're right. Perhaps 53 miles of shelving contain nothing more than administrative records, correspondence, and documents of merely historical interest. Perhaps every mystery we've discussed tonight has a mundane explanation, and the truth is far less dramatic than the theories suggest. But then again, perhaps not. As you drift into dreams, we've traveled far tonight, through hidden archives and stolen magic, through phantom time and banned scriptures. What is hidden from us? What do those in power know? The Vatican has existed for 2,000 years. It has outlasted empires and survived revolutions. If it possesses secrets, it has had centuries to hide them well. What we know is this: within those walls are rooms most humans will never enter, documents most eyes will never read, and perhaps truths that would change everything. On March 8th, 2014, at 12:41 a.m., Malaysia Airlines Flight 370 pushed back from Gate C1 at Kuala Lumpur International Airport. 239 souls on board, families heading home, travelers beginning adventures, business people catching red-eyes. In less than an hour, this Boeing 777 would vanish from radar screens. And here's what makes this so haunting. It didn't just disappear. Someone or something deliberately turned it around, flew it in complete silence for 7 more hours, and guided it to one of the most remote stretches of ocean on Earth. No distress call, no wreckage found for years, no bodies recovered. Tonight, we're going to walk through every detail of this mystery, every clue, every theory of flight. The night was clear, perfect flying conditions. Captain Zahari Ahmad Shah, 53 years old, was at the controls. He was no rookie, 18,000 flight hours, an experienced pilot who'd been flying for Malaysia Airlines since 1981. By all accounts, he was well-liked, professional, and passionate about aviation. He even built his own flight simulator at home, where he'd spend hours practicing difficult approaches and emergency procedures. Beside him sat First Officer Farik Abdul Hamid, 27 years old, younger, less experienced, but capable. This was actually his last training flight on the Boeing 777 before being certified to fly without supervision, a significant milestone in any pilot's career. The passengers were a diverse mix of nationalities, 152 Chinese citizens, many of them artists and calligraphers returning from an exhibition in Kuala Lumpur, 38 Malaysians, 7 Indonesians, 6 Australians, 5 French citizens, 4 Americans, and citizens from a dozen other countries, including Canada, New Zealand, Ukraine, Russia, and Taiwan. Among them were 2 men traveling on stolen passports, an Austrian passport and an Italian passport, both reported stolen in Thailand. At the time, this seemed suspicious, incredibly suspicious. Were they terrorists, hijackers? We'll come back to them because the truth is stranger than you might think. Flight 370's route was straightforward: Kuala Lumpur to Beijing, a routine 6-hour flight that Malaysia Airlines operated daily. This was the red-eye service, scheduled to land at 6:30 a.m. Beijing time, the kind of flight where passengers settle in, try to sleep, maybe watch a movie. At 12:41 a.m., the aircraft taxied to runway 32 right. At 12:42 a.m., it lifted off into the darkness, engines roaring, nose tilting upward. Everything was routine, completely routine. The plane climbed smoothly to its cruising altitude of 35,000 feet. First Officer Hamid handled the radio communications with air traffic control, his voice calm and professional. At 1:01 a.m., as the flight passed over the Malaysian coast near Kota Baru, heading out over the South China Sea, Hamid made his last routine position report to Kuala Lumpur Air Traffic Control. The plane was exactly where it should be, flying exactly as it should be. At 1:19 a.m., he checked in one final time. The controller instructed him to contact Ho Chi Minh Air Traffic Control as they were about to cross into Vietnamese airspace. First Officer Hamid responded with words that have echoed through this entire mystery, words that have been analyzed, scrutinized, debated for meaning and tone. Good night, Malaysian 370. It was the last transmission anyone ever heard from Flight 370. But here's the thing. The plane didn't contact Ho Chi Minh Air Traffic Control. It should have, within minutes. But the frequency remained silent. At first, the Vietnamese controllers weren't overly concerned. Sometimes there are delays. Sometimes pilots are busy with other tasks. Radio problems happen. But then something else happened. Something that would only be discovered later when investigators pieced together the radar data. 1 minute after that final transmission, at 1:20 a.m., someone in the cockpit did something deliberate. They reached up to the overhead panel and switched off the aircraft's transponder. Now, let me explain what this means, because it's crucial to understanding what happened next. A transponder is like a plane's identification beacon. It constantly broadcasts the aircraft's identity, altitude, speed, and position to air traffic control. Every commercial aircraft has one. It's how controllers know where you are and how they keep planes safely separated in the sky. When you turn off a transponder, the plane doesn't disappear completely from radar. Military radar can still see you as a blip, a target, but you become anonymous, just an unidentified object. No flight number, no altitude information, no way for civilian air traffic control to know who you are. And someone on Flight 370 turned it off. Not accidentally. These switches don't flip themselves. It requires a deliberate action. At 1:21 a.m., the plane disappeared from civilian air traffic control screens. But it didn't disappear from military radar, and what the military radar showed was stunning. The plane turned, a sharp turn to the left, almost back the way it had come. It deviated from its planned route to Beijing and instead turned southwest, back toward the Malay Peninsula. This wasn't a gentle course correction. This wasn't a navigation error. This was a deliberate, controlled turn. And then the plane did something even more remarkable. It flew along airways. Airways are like highways in the sky, established routes that planes follow, marked by navigational waypoints, and Flight 370, after turning around, flew from waypoint to waypoint with precision, as if someone was navigating it deliberately. The plane flew back across the Malay Peninsula. Malaysian military radar tracked it. The radar operators saw it. But here's something that still baffles investigators. They didn't scramble jets. They didn't raise an alarm. They watched this unidentified aircraft fly across their country's airspace, and they assumed it was a friendly military aircraft that had forgotten to turn on its transponder. It's a failure that haunts Malaysian authorities to this day. At 1:52 a.m., Flight 370 passed over the small island of Pulau Perak at the northwestern tip of Malaysia. This was the last time any radar saw the aircraft. It flew out over the Strait of Malacca, that busy shipping channel between Malaysia and Indonesia, and then it vanished from radar coverage entirely. At this point, you might be thinking, well, that's it. The plane crashed somewhere in the Strait of Malacca or the Andaman Sea. Search there. But no, because the plane kept flying. The satellite connection. Here's where this mystery becomes truly extraordinary. High above the Indian Ocean, a communication satellite owned by the British company Inmarsat was orbiting Earth. This satellite, Inmarsat 3F1, provides communication services to aircraft and ships. Think of it as a cell phone tower in space. Flight 370's aircraft communication system was connected to this satellite. And even though no one was sending messages, even though the plane had gone dark, the system was still on, still powered. And so every hour, it sent out an automatic signal, a ping or handshake with the satellite, essentially saying, "I'm still here. I'm still powered on." These pings don't contain any information about location. They're just brief electronic handshakes. But they prove something crucial. The plane was still flying. The satellite recorded these handshakes at 2:25 a.m., 3:25 a.m., 4:25 a.m., 5:25 a.m., 6:25 a.m., 7:25 a.m., and finally 8:19 a.m. 7 hours after its transponder went dark, Flight 370 was still in the air. But where? This is where some brilliant engineering comes in. Inmarsat's engineers realized they could analyze these pings in a new way. You see, the satellite was in geostationary orbit, but it wasn't perfectly still. It had a slight wobble, and this wobble created a Doppler effect on the signals from the plane. You know the Doppler effect. It's why an ambulance siren sounds higher pitched as it approaches you and lower pitched as it drives away. The same principle applies to radio signals. By measuring the frequency shift in these pings, engineers could determine whether the plane was flying toward or away from the satellite. And by combining this with the time it took for signals to travel, they could calculate distance. The analysis showed something remarkable. The plane had flown south, far south, out into the southern Indian Ocean. Now, there were technically two possibilities: a northern corridor up towards Central Asia, or a southern corridor into the Indian Ocean. But the northern route would have taken the plane over multiple countries with sophisticated radar systems. India, Pakistan, Afghanistan. Someone would have seen it. Fighter jets would have been scrambled. No, the plane went south into one of the most remote, vast, empty stretches of ocean on the planet. At 8:19 a.m., the final handshake occurred, and then silence. Investigators believe the plane ran out of fuel shortly after this final ping. After flying for approximately 7.5 hours, its tanks finally emptied. And then it fell from the sky into the dark waters below. But let's pause here, because we need to talk about what was happening during these 7 hours. The silent flight. Picture this. It's the middle of the night. A Boeing 777, a massive aircraft that's almost 200 feet long, with a wingspan of over 200 feet, is flying through the darkness. Inside are 239 people. But something has gone terribly wrong. The pilots aren't communicating. No one is sending distress signals. The transponder is off. The aircraft communication system has been disabled, though not completely, since those automatic pings are still being sent. So what was happening inside that plane? This is where the theories diverge, wildly and disturbingly. But before we get to those, let me tell you what we know for certain. The plane flew for hours on a deliberate path. This wasn't a ghost flight with incapacitated pilots and the plane flying on autopilot in a straight line. No, someone was navigating. Someone was following waypoints. Someone made that turn back over Malaysia. But then, at some point, the plane settled into a long, steady flight south. The satellite data suggests it flew on a relatively straight path for hours. Was someone still at the controls? Or had the autopilot been set for this final journey into oblivion? One of the most haunting aspects of this mystery is what might have happened to the passengers. Were they awake? Did they know something was wrong? Were they terrified, checking their phones, realizing they had no signal over the ocean? Or, and this is what many investigators believe, were they already unconscious or dead? You see, if the cabin depressurized, either accidentally or deliberately, everyone not on oxygen would lose consciousness within seconds at 35,000 feet. Within minutes, they would be dead. Hypoxia, oxygen deprivation. It's insidious because you don't realize it's happening. You feel a bit lightheaded, maybe euphoric, and then you're gone. The pilots have oxygen masks. They can survive. But if someone wanted to incapacitate everyone else on the plane, depressurization would be the way to do it. It's a dark thought, a horrifying thought, but it fits with what happened next. The search begins. When Flight 370 failed to land in Beijing on schedule, alarm bells started ringing. At first, there was confusion. Where was the plane? When was the last contact? Malaysian authorities checked their records. Vietnamese authorities checked theirs. Slowly, the horrifying truth emerged. The plane had disappeared hours ago. It had turned back. It had crossed Malaysia. And then it had vanished. The initial search focused on the South China Sea, along the plane's intended route. Ships and aircraft from multiple countries converged on the area, but they found nothing, because of course, the plane wasn't there. When the satellite data was analyzed and revealed that the plane had flown south, the search shifted. This was now going to be one of the most challenging search operations in history. The southern Indian Ocean is vast. We're talking about an area thousands of miles from land. The water is deep, in many places over 3 miles deep. The weather is terrible, with massive storms and brutal seas. It's one of the most inhospitable environments on Earth. But they had to try. Australia took the lead in coordinating the search. Ships equipped with sophisticated sonar began scanning the ocean floor. Autonomous underwater vehicles dove into the depths, mapping the seafloor, searching for any sign of wreckage. The search area was determined by that satellite data, the arc of possible locations where the plane could have crashed, based on that final ping. They called it the 7th arc. And they searched and searched. Months turned into years. The search expanded, covering over 120,000 square kilometers of ocean floor. They found shipwrecks. They found geological features never seen before. They mapped the ocean floor in unprecedented detail. But they didn't find Flight 370. In January 2017, after nearly 3 years and hundreds of millions of dollars spent, the official search was suspended. It was a devastating moment for the families of the 239 people on board. Devastating for investigators who had worked tirelessly. Devastating for everyone who wanted answers. But then something happened. Pieces of the plane started washing up on shore. The debris. On July 29th, 2015, more than a year after the disappearance, a man was walking along a beach on Réunion Island, a French territory in the western Indian Ocean, east of Madagascar. He noticed something strange, a large piece of debris covered in barnacles, half buried in the sand. It was a flaperon, part of an aircraft's wing, specifically the part that helps control the plane during flight. Investigators examined it. They traced its serial number. It was from Flight 370. This was the first confirmed piece of the missing plane, and it confirmed what the satellite data had suggested. The plane had crashed in the Indian Ocean. But it also posed new questions. Ocean current models suggested that debris from the crash site would drift west over time, eventually reaching the African coast and its islands. The fact that this piece had washed up on Réunion Island was consistent with this. But where exactly had the plane crashed? Over the following years, more pieces washed up. Over 30 pieces of debris in total, found on beaches in Mozambique, South Africa, Madagascar, Mauritius, Tanzania, and Réunion. Each piece was examined. Most were confirmed to be from Flight 370. Some were probably from the plane. Others couldn't be definitively identified. But here's what's interesting. The pattern of the debris, where it was found, when it was found, all of this data helped researchers refine their models of where the plane might have crashed. And it suggested the search area might have been slightly wrong. In 2018, a private company called Ocean Infinity launched a new search. They had cutting-edge technology, multiple autonomous underwater vehicles that could search vast areas simultaneously. They were so confident they could find the plane that they agreed to work on a no-find, no-fee basis. They searched for months, covering over 112,000 square kilometers of new ocean floor. But once again, they found nothing. The search was called off in May 2018. And that's where we are today. Well, almost, because recently there have been new developments. New hope. In 2024, Ocean Infinity proposed a new search. They've analyzed all the data again. They've used new technology to refine the models, and they believe they've narrowed down the location. The Malaysian government has expressed interest. There's talk of a new search operation happening soon, potentially in 2025. Could this finally be the search that finds the plane, that gives the families closure, that answers the questions that have haunted investigators for over a decade? Maybe. Let's hope so. But now, let's talk about the theories, because this is where things get really interesting. The theories. There are dozens of theories about what happened to Flight 370. Some are plausible, some are possible, some are completely outlandish. Let me walk you through the main ones. Theory 1. Pilot suicide. This is the theory that many investigators, particularly those from outside Malaysia, believe is most likely. It suggests that Captain Zahari Ahmad Shah deliberately crashed the plane. Now, let me be clear. This is controversial. Captain Shah's family vehemently denies this. Many of his colleagues and friends reject it, and Malaysian authorities have been reluctant to embrace this theory. But here's why some investigators believe it. First, the deliberate actions. The transponder being turned off, the plane turning back, the navigation along waypoints. All of this suggests someone with aviation knowledge was in control. Second, the timing. That last radio transmission, "Good night, Malaysian 370, came right before the transponder was switched off. Some analysts have noted that it was First Officer Hamid's turn to communicate with air traffic control, but it was unusual for him to say "good night" instead of the standard "good morning," since it was after midnight. Actually, let me correct myself. Reviewing the transcripts again, "good night" was actually perfectly normal for the time and isn't particularly suspicious. Third, Captain Shah's flight simulator. After the disappearance, the FBI analyzed the hard drive from his home flight simulator, and they found something troubling. Among the many practice flights and scenarios saved on the simulator, there was one that seemed eerily similar to what happened to Flight 370, a route that went up the Strait of Malacca, turned south into the Indian Ocean, and ended when the fuel ran out. Now, Shah was a flight sim enthusiast. He had thousands of saved flights and scenarios. This particular route was just one among many, but the similarity is striking. Fourth, there were some personal issues in Shah's life at the time. He was reportedly upset about the political situation in Malaysia. There were also some family problems. though his family has kept the details private. But is this enough to conclude he deliberately killed 238 people and himself? Pilot suicide is rare, but it has happened. Egypt Air Flight 990 in 1999. Germanwings Flight 9525 in 2015. In both cases, a pilot deliberately crashed the aircraft, killing everyone on board. The profile is usually similar. A pilot experiencing personal or professional problems who makes a deliberate decision to end their life and takes the plane with them. If this theory is correct, here's what might have happened. Captain Shah waited until they were in the perfect position, the handover between Malaysian and Vietnamese air traffic control, the moment when there's always a brief gap in coverage. He said goodnight, turned off the transponder, turned the plane around. Perhaps he depressurized the cabin, incapacitating everyone else, including the first officer. Or perhaps something else happened in that cockpit, a struggle, an argument. Then he flew the plane on a carefully planned route, avoiding radar coverage, before setting it on a final course south into the ocean. He stayed at the controls for hours, perhaps on oxygen, perhaps thinking about what he was doing. And finally, when the fuel ran out, he glided the plane into the ocean, choosing the most remote spot possible so it would never be found. It's a dark theory, a deeply disturbing theory, and there's no definitive proof. But let's look at the other theories. Theory 2, hijacking. Remember those 2 passengers with stolen passports? When news of them broke, immediately people thought, terrorists, hijacking. This explains everything. But here's the thing. Investigators identified these 2 men quickly. They were Iranian asylum seekers trying to get to Europe using fake passports. One was 19 years old, traveling to see his mother in Germany. The other was 29, hoping to start a new life. They weren't terrorists. They were just desperate people who'd bought stolen passports on the black market, something that's unfortunately common. Interpol and intelligence agencies investigated thoroughly. There's no evidence linking them to any terrorist organization. No evidence they knew how to fly a plane. No evidence they did anything wrong except use fake passports. So that particular hijacking theory doesn't hold up. But what about other hijacking scenarios? Could someone else on board have taken control? Perhaps someone with aviation knowledge? Perhaps someone working with others? The problem with this theory is, why? What was the motive? If you're going to hijack a plane, you usually have demands. You want ransom. You want political concessions. You want to make a statement. But there were no demands, no communications, no statements from any group claiming responsibility. And if your plan was to crash the plane as a terrorist act, why fly it for 7 hours into the middle of nowhere? Why not crash it into a populated area or a symbolic target? It doesn't make sense. Unless the hijacking went wrong somehow. Unless the hijackers intended something else, but lost control of the situation. But there's no evidence for any of this. Theory 3. Mechanical failure. Could this all have been an accident? A catastrophic mechanical failure that the pilots were desperately trying to deal with? Some experts have proposed this scenario. Perhaps there was a fire. Fires on aircraft are terrifying and have brought down planes before. If there was an electrical fire, the pilots might have turned off systems, including the transponder, trying to isolate the problem. Perhaps the fire or smoke incapacitated the pilots before they could send a distress call. The plane then continued flying on autopilot until it ran out of fuel. But here's the problem: the deliberate actions, the turn back toward Malaysia, the navigation along waypoints, the flight path avoiding radar coverage. If this was a mechanical emergency, you'd expect the pilots to declare an emergency, to turn toward the nearest airport, to try to land as quickly as possible. Instead, the plane flew for 7 hours, following a deliberate course. That doesn't fit with an emergency scenario. Additionally, Boeing 777s are incredibly reliable aircraft. They have an excellent safety record. Catastrophic failures are extremely rare. And if there was a fire or major system failure, you'd expect some evidence in the debris that washed ashore. Burn marks, melted materials, something. But the debris that's been found shows no signs of fire or explosion. Theory 4. Depressurization. This theory suggests that the cabin depressurized, either accidentally or deliberately, and everyone on board, including both pilots, was incapacitated or killed by hypoxia. The plane then continued flying on autopilot until the fuel ran out. This has happened before. Helios Airways flight 522 in 2005. A pressurization problem caused everyone on board to lose consciousness. The plane flew on autopilot for hours before crashing in Greece. Could the same thing have happened to Flight 370? The problem, again, is the deliberate actions before the plane went silent. Someone turned off the transponder. Someone turned the plane around. Someone navigated waypoints. This required conscious, deliberate action. So if there was depressurization, it must have happened after these actions, which brings us back to the possibility that it was deliberate, that someone depressurized the cabin to incapacitate everyone else. And that brings us back to the pilot suicide theory. Theory 5. Cyber attack. Here's a more modern theory. Could someone have hacked into the plane's systems and taken control remotely? Aircraft systems are increasingly computerized and connected. Is it possible that someone, perhaps a state actor with sophisticated capabilities, hacked the plane? Aviation security experts have demonstrated vulnerabilities in aircraft systems, but remotely taking full control of a Boeing 777 in flight, that's a different level entirely. Most experts say it's theoretically possible, but extremely unlikely. The systems are isolated, there are multiple redundancies, and there's no evidence of it ever happening. Also, again, we come back to the question, why? What would be the motive for a cyber attack that crashed a plane into the ocean? It doesn't make strategic or political sense. Theory 6. Shot down. Could the plane have been shot down, either accidentally or deliberately? This theory suggests that military forces, perhaps during an exercise or perhaps because they mistook Flight 370 for a threat, shot it down. The supposed evidence for this is the lack of wreckage found in the search area. Proponents argue that the plane was actually shot down somewhere else, and there's been a massive cover-up. But this doesn't hold up to scrutiny. First, if the plane was shot down over land or near coastlines, there would be witnesses. Debris would have been found. Second, too many countries' militaries would need to be involved in the cover-up. Malaysia, Thailand, Vietnam, Indonesia, Australia. The list goes on. Coordinating a cover-up of this magnitude across multiple countries with different interests and political systems, it's virtually impossible. Third, the debris that has washed up is real. It's been confirmed through serial numbers and forensic analysis. And ocean current models show it came from the southern Indian Ocean. The shoot-down theory doesn't fit the evidence. What I think happened. So, after looking at all the evidence, all the theories, what do I think happened? I want to be careful here. I don't want to disrespect Captain Shah's memory or his family, and I don't want to make accusations without absolute proof. But based on the evidence, I think the pilot's suicide theory is most consistent with what we know. Here's why. The deliberate actions, the timing, the sophistication of the route, the fact that someone with aviation knowledge was clearly in control. The fact that the plane was flown to one of the most remote locations on Earth, where it would be incredibly difficult to find. The simulation on Captain Shah's computer that eerily mirrors what happened. And the fact that, as horrifying as it is to contemplate, pilot suicide has happened before. We know it's possible. We know pilots, despite extensive psychological screening, can sometimes reach a point of despair where they make catastrophic decisions. I think Captain Shah, for reasons we may never fully understand, made the decision to end his life and took the plane with him. I think he waited for the perfect moment during the handover between air traffic control zones. He turned off the transponder. He turned the plane around. Perhaps he depressurized the cabin, ensuring everyone else would quickly lose consciousness. Or perhaps something else happened that we don't know about. He then flew the plane on a carefully planned route, avoiding radar detection, before setting it on a final course south. He may have stayed conscious on oxygen for hours, or he may have set the autopilot and joined the passengers in oblivion. And finally, when the fuel ran out somewhere in the vast darkness of the southern Indian Ocean, the plane glided down and crashed into the water. But here's what I want to emphasize. This is a theory. It fits the evidence, but it's not proven. It's possible something else happened, something we haven't thought of, some sequence of events that explains the deliberate actions without requiring intent to crash the plane. Maybe there was a struggle in the cockpit. Maybe there was an attempted hijacking that went wrong. Maybe there was a medical emergency that affected decision-making. We don't know. We can't know. Not without finding the wreckage and the black boxes. The families. I want to take a moment to think about the families, the 239 people on board Flight 370. For over 10 years now, they've lived without answers, without closure. Imagine not knowing what happened to your loved one, not having a body to bury, not being able to say goodbye properly. Imagine the conspiracy theories, the wild speculation, the accusations, all while you're trying to grieve. The families have formed support groups. They've lobbied governments. They've demanded continued searches. They've kept the story alive when it might have faded from public attention. Some have found a measure of peace. Some have not. In China, where most of the passengers were from, the families have been particularly vocal. They've protested. They've demanded answers from Malaysian authorities. They've accused the government of cover-ups and incompetence. And you know what? Some of their criticisms are valid. The initial response was chaotic. Information was contradictory. There were mistakes and delays. But I also think most investigators and officials have genuinely tried to find answers. This is one of the most challenging investigations in aviation history. The ocean is vast, the technology has limits, and sometimes, despite our best efforts, mysteries remain unsolved. The impact on aviation. Flight 370 changed aviation. After the disappearance, there were immediate calls for better tracking of aircraft. How could a massive plane vanish in the 21st century? The International Civil Aviation Organization introduced new standards. Aircraft now must transmit their position at least every 15 minutes when flying over oceans. If there's an emergency, this increases to every minute. New satellite-based tracking systems have been developed, systems that can monitor aircraft continuously, anywhere in the world. There's been discussion about making black boxes more recoverable. Perhaps they should eject upon impact and float. Perhaps they should transmit data in real time to ground stations or satellites. Some of these changes have been implemented. Some are still being debated and developed. But Flight 370 made it clear. We need to be able to find aircraft when something goes wrong. No plane should be able to disappear like this ever again. Will we ever find it? This is the question everyone wants answered. Will we ever find Flight 370? I think we will, eventually. Technology keeps improving. Ocean exploration keeps advancing. Our understanding of ocean currents and how debris drifts keeps getting better. The proposed new search by Ocean Infinity has a decent chance of success. They've learned from previous searches. They've refined the models. They know where they should have looked but didn't. And even if that search doesn't find it, eventually, someone will. It might be in 5 years. It might be in 20 years. But the ocean eventually gives up its secrets. Air France Flight 447 crashed into the Atlantic Ocean in 2009. It took 2 years to find the wreckage and recover the black boxes, but they found it. Flight 370 is in a more remote location. The search area is larger, but it's there, somewhere on the ocean floor, waiting to be found. And when it is found, when we recover those black boxes and hear what's on those cockpit voice recorders, we'll finally know the truth. We'll know what happened in that cockpit. We'll hear the voices. We'll understand the sequence of events. And the families will finally have answers. Final thoughts. Malaysia Airlines. Flight 370 represents one of the greatest mysteries of our time. In an age where we can track a smartphone anywhere on Earth, where we have satellites watching everything, where we're connected 24/7, a massive aircraft vanished. 239 people disappeared, families were shattered, and 10 years later, we still don't have definitive answers. The mystery has spawned countless theories, some plausible, some absurd. Books have been written, documentaries made, investigations conducted. But the plane remains missing, still out there, somewhere in the vast darkness of the southern Indian Ocean. 3.5 miles below the surface, in cold water, in complete darkness. It sits there with the truth, with the answers to all our questions, with the final moments of 239 people recorded on black boxes that no one has heard. As I think about this mystery, I'm struck by how it reminds us of the limits of our knowledge and technology. We've been to the moon. We've sent probes to the edge of the solar system. But we can't find a plane in our own ocean. I'm also struck by the human element. Whatever happened on that plane, whether it was deliberate or accidental, it involved human decisions, human actions, human emotions. Fear, desperation, perhaps determination, perhaps despair. We may never know what those final hours were like for the people on board, whether they knew what was happening, whether they were afraid, whether they had time to think about their loved ones, to pray, to hope. But we remember them, the 239 people who boarded a routine flight and never came home. Among them were the Chinese artists returning from their exhibition, the families traveling together, the young man with his new job waiting in Beijing, the couples on vacation, the business travelers, the crew members who'd flown this route dozens of times before. Each with their own story, their own dreams, their own people waiting for them. And Captain Zahari Ahmad Shah and First Officer Fariq Abdul Hamid, two pilots who got into that cockpit not knowing it would be their last flight. Flight 370 reminds us that mysteries still exist in our modern world, that not everything can be immediately explained or understood, that sometimes, despite our best efforts, answers elude us. But it also reminds us to keep searching, to keep asking questions, to never stop looking for the truth. Because those 239 people deserve answers. Their families deserve closure. And somewhere out there, beneath miles of water, those answers are waiting. Thank you for listening. And may all 239 souls rest in peace.